I'll call to order the Saturday, April 2nd, 2022 Town Council Committee of the Whole special meeting at 9:04. All councilors are present. On to new business. Today on our schedule, we have some town functions: legislative policy, legal services, executive management, regional agencies, information technology, technology replacement fund, finance, revaluation fund, Mumford Cove Special District, and Groton Sewer District. We got some outside agencies, health and services agencies, capital debt services, and contingency fund. So we will be starting at legislative policy. It can be found on page 51. And Manager Burt, will you be taking the lead on this one?
Yes.
Thank you.
Don't we need to move a number first?
Yeah. Right. I'll make a motion for $46,850.
Second, Bordelon.
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Bordelon.
Good morning, everyone. I want to get to that page. Overall, you'll see the budget is, and this is primarily the town council, but there's some other things thrown in. It's down by $350 from the current budget, or 0.7%. And that's primarily due, if you look on page 52 under the cost centers, you'll see some increase for the town council. And just, that line item where it says $35,200, almost all of that's for the CCM membership for the council. And I think everyone's familiar with CCM, the conference, the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. But other than that, fuel has been moved out of the Jebez Smith house over to Public Works. That's why the budget's down. And then the biggest kind of newer thing from this current year in this budget is the Beautification Committee. You'll see that if you recall, we had moved $9,000 in there mid-year. You'll see that they had made a request to continue for this next year, and that, since it was under this budget, we kept it under the budget. So.
Council Bordelon.
Thank you. You said a majority of the town council line is CCM. Do you know the exact number?
Let me see if I have it.
And then what's the remaining under that account?
32,500 is the 32,500 is the membership. There's also funds in there. Of course, it's been gone on for a couple years, but for attending, for the council members attend the MLK Junior event. If you recall, the council used to attend that. And just general, if there's a little money needed for professional training, that's what the remainder is. But 32,500 of that is just for the CCM.
I'd like to make another amended number, $42,850. Again, $42,850. That's with the intention of cutting beautification down by $4,000. We just recently in mid-year gave them $9,000.
Excuse me.
Oh, go
I
ahead.
need a second.
Point of order?
What's the point of order?
Okay. I was waiting for the second. You had the second before discussion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
Moved by Bordelon, seconded by Baumgartner.
Thank you. We just gave for $9,000 not that long ago. I do think that, it shouldn't always just be 9,000 flat out. That was 9,000 initially to get the initial non-existing program off the floor because it was stated that the town was not utilizing their staff because they didn't have enough manpower. And over the years, it's been said, or I'll speak for myself, that the town just kind of started to look drab. They weren't planting, they weren't doing anything. If something died, they'd rip it up and pull it out. So I guess, is there anybody here to speak about like how much funds have been spent thus far out of that 9,000 that were initially appropriated?
I don't think a whole lot of funds have been spent, though they're trying to get some stuff done by the end of the year, but I don't have a current update on that.
So when you say a whole lot of funds, we don't know how much of the 9,000 has been utilized yet?
I'm not sure offhand.
Right. So I kind of feel like we're just throwing a blank number out here just because we gave the 9,000. It's not really for said project. They haven't used all the 9,000 yet. So I just think to be fiscally responsible, we could do a mid-quarter transfer like we did last time if we had to, couldn't we?
You certainly could.
Right,
This
so
is just what the Beautification Committee discussed their needs, I know, at a meeting and asked for
Right.
this for next year.
And the need is the same exact dollar as last time, but all of their money is not currently spent. So I'm for it. I just think that we should be responsible in the front end, and I think 5,000 is a nice, that's a nice amount of money to continue with the 9,000. And if the 4,000 is possibly needed throughout, we could consider it at a later date. But if funds have not all been depleted yet, I think we should just, really be looking at every line like we did on every other budget. And that would be my thought. Thank you.
And just to mention, I think, part of it is you don't really spend the beautification over the winter. It would be more in the spring, so.
Councilor Franco?
Thank you. That's correct. The spending of the money will be coming in spring and mostly spring and summer, and they do have items on their agenda to accomplish that they've been working on. Recently, full disclosure, I was involved in one of the upcoming projects to take care of the water fountain planter down in Mystic, the bathroom area, and the John Kelly statue, where a landscaper has offered to donate his time and has requested that we cover the cost of plantings to redo these areas. And that is something the beautification will probably be taking up. They have met with them. There's also murals, which are not inexpensive. And there's also the corner of 117 and Route 1, that area where they're going to be putting in a sign this spring, and the Beautification Committee will be doing all the plantings around it. So there are many things on this that they will be depleting the $9,000 rather quickly. As was stated, there is much around the town that needs to be taken care of, and $9,000 honestly doesn't go very far. So I think $9,000 is a very minimal number to be asking for, as I speak on behalf of the Beautification Committee. Thank you.
Councilor Baumgartner?
Yes, I more so have a question regarding the cost center itself. I know that expenditure with respect to beautification, the 9,000 falls under initiatives. And so initiatives, just the explanation of the cost center, provide funding for legislative, economic development, community development, and other initiatives. So whenever the council does an event or I know this year, for example, hosting the Black History Month celebration, obviously, there are costs associated with those events, and they're certainly wonderful. So would events like that fall under initiatives?
If the council themselves wanted to sponsor an event, yes, of course, anything that would be more like DEI related would be under the human resources budget.
So 9,000, okay, I see. So that event in and of itself would be funded by human resources. So is there any way the cost center, in the future can just simply state maybe if it were even cost center 6, beautification as opposed to initiatives?
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Cindy.
In the past, we had created the initiatives line item when we had special projects such as this throughout the year that the council had approved. So I think prior to this, we had the Thames Water Taxi was an initiative several years ago, and we have since that was going to be just a 1 or 2 time request, and it became a repetitive or an annual request, and we moved that into a different function. But that's primarily what we set the initiatives up for, is for those specific items throughout the year that the council wanted to do.
I would imagine that just with the success from last year and then the plans for the next year, it'll become probably a recurring expenditure. And just as an aside, I think 9,000 probably isn't even enough if we want to keep up with some of the landscaping we have throughout the community, like certainly in downtown Mystic, as Councilor Franco stated, and along Route 1 and many other locations. So while I understand Councilor Bordelon's efforts to rein in some spending, I cannot in good conscience support a reduction to beautification in large part because a small investment I think can pay big dividends for our community. So thank you.
Councilor Bordelon?
Thank you. John, for the town manager, is there any plan to start making this, because most towns don't need an initiative program, and so my goal would be to move away from an initiative. It'd be great to have them support, but ideally we should be fully funding all of our beautification on a club or an entity that comes up. I think the town should really have a handle on this and be proactive in those things, from our school buildings to the landscaping, even out in front of here. Is there any plan what is our plan?
Well, Parks and Rec would be the best one to speak about that in terms of anything Parks and Rec, but in terms of beautification, I would leave it to, and they did quite a bit in front of the town halls last year. It looks great, but Beautification Committee did, but I don't know what their other plans are.
Right. I mean, I'm aware that they did do some new stuff. I'm not discrediting that. I'm just wanting this to be more of a town initiative, because what happens is like other initiatives have come up and then sometimes they fall to the wayside. Let's just say the group disbands and we need to make sure that the town has got a handle on it. That's my intention. Also, if this initiative cost is a area in which counselors can kind of make incentives or things for the town, then that should be something that's sent out so that we could ask if there's any other initiatives we'd like to add under that for the budget year. And if this does become a reoccurring expenditure, if the town does not reabsorb it in some way or take it on as a actual task of the community, then I do think it should go under a different line item in the future. But I do think that this line should be sent out to the counselors and discussed in one of our meetings about our directions and what should be there. Thank you.
Director Landry?
Thank you. I would just like to add that the initiative line item was created for something that came up during the year when the council had received a request like for the Thames water taxi that was outside of the budget, and it was from an outside agency. So when the beautification request came up, I did have a conversation with the town manager, and it was my recommendation to put it in initiatives because it was coming directly from the council and it was coming from a separate committee. So I just want to make it clear that it is something that usually is put in that line item that's outside of the budget process.
And I think part of it is seeing if it's going to stay in this to see if it is going to become a permanent, and seeing if it was going to be refunded. And once it is, then we say, okay, yeah, it's something the council wants to do, so we'll look for a more permanent location.
Thank you. Councilor Franco?
Thank you. Yeah, the council did approve Beautification Committee and then approve the funding originally. And also, I would suggest to councilors, if they want beautification within the community, they should start adding it into the budget to allow the departments to use funding to create beautification within our community, such as Public Works or the school budget, and you can add to it. That's how I see it, and if you want the town to actually do these initiatives and not have volunteers doing it. Thank you.
I just have a clarifying question for the town manager. In the past, my question is, how many years ago did the funding for landscaping fall off? Thank you.
Well, before I got here, so I can't say exactly when. It's just as cuts were made to the park, as Mark Berry discussed the other day, things started getting cut, and you have to get the mowing and stuff done, so once they lacked the staff, they couldn't do plantings.
So over like 7 years ago or more.
Well, I've been here about 5 years, so before that, I could just say before that.
Thank you.
All right. See no further discussion. We will vote on the first amended number, which is $42,850. Counselor Bordelon?
Aye.
Counselor Baumgartner?
No.
Counselor Kasiri?
No.
Counselor Franco?
No.
Counselor Jones?
No.
Counselor McBride?
No.
Counselor Parker?
No.
Counselor Westervelt?
No.
And Melendez is no. That fails. 1 in favor, Bordelon, 8 opposed. We are back to our main motion, $46,850. See no discussion, I'll call for a vote. Counselor Bordelon?
Yes.
Counselor Baumgartner?
Yes.
Counselor Kasiri?
Yes.
Counselor Franco?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor McBride?
Yes.
Counselor Parker?
Yes.
Counselor Westervelt?
Yes.
And Melendez is yes. That carries 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining.
Mayor, just want to point out, so we don't forget about it, to ask the council if they wanted to do anything with the clerk's budget, just
All right, so
we don't forget it.
so there was some there was talk about whether we should do the town clerk's raise during the budget season or after, and I just wanted to make it clear to the whole council that we can do it during the budget season, and if you wish to do that, then you can make a motion to reconsider that account, which is 1005, at any moment during the meeting. There's no discussion.
I just have a clarifying question. Is this something that could be added to the Monday's agenda, that, since it was not on here?
It can be at any time.
And then that way he can answer some of the questions we had about the 2-year hold and all of that?
It can be at any time.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
On to legal services, 1006. Can be found on page 61. I make a motion for $297,500.
Kaseri, second.
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Kasiri. And who do we have?
So to mention that, and I want to point out one thing, I have a broken finger, so nothing inappropriate if you see my finger. We've kept it level for, it can be a little difficult on legal services. It's not unusual to have to do a fourth quarter transfer, but usually it's pretty close to steady on it. Like this year, it's going to be over because a lot of tax cases. The taxes are about $50,000 more at this time this year. Tax cases or tax legal work compared to last year, most likely due to reval. But this is pretty steady every year.
Counselor Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question, Town Manager. Where does the extra money come from? What fund does it come out of?
If it goes over?
When it goes over.
If it goes over, then it's a fourth quarter transfer, just like any other budget. Let's say you had a bad winter and had extra salt you had to purchase that wasn't in the public works budget. And those are upcoming. We'll be doing fourth quarter transfers in the next meeting or two, maybe next meeting. Yeah, in the very next COW, we do the fourth quarter transfers at council.
And that comes out of
General fund.
general fund?
Contingency. That's what the contingency's for, is for those overages.
It's for those.
Right.
Thank you.
And then those also go to the RTM, of course, too, if it's over 10,000.
Counselor Baumgartner?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at the legal services cost center explanation page on 61. For cost center 0, you have town attorney. Cost center 2, special attorney. Cost center 4, general support. However, on the next page on 62, there are 4 cost centers listed: town attorney, misc litigation, special attorney, general support. Misc litigation, that explanation isn't listed on 61. Is that in large part because there is no funding for that line item in this budget?
We added that on special for one time thing. Do you remember? Is that,
No, we did include that in the 22, but typically if it's not included in the budget that you're acting on, we don't include it on the other page, because the other page reflects the current or the proposed budget.
And how would misc litigation differentiate from, say, special attorney or general support?
I don't remember exactly what happened in where that 10,000 came from, but it would be if we, there was a special case or special consideration that we needed an additional funding that we thought was going to be outside of the legal fund budget. We would appropriate additional money.
Okay. And then just to understand the budget a little bit better, so adjusted FYE 2022, it says 200,000, 27,000, and then it's estimated that we'll spend 324,000. Is that well? You had mentioned we have to make likely a third quarter transfer this fiscal year.
that was an earlier estimate. We're looking at a legal transfer in the fourth quarter for a total for all those cost centers of 50,000. That's giving a little cushion, so it's not actually going to be that high.
And when will that be done?
The 12th.
The 12th? Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other discussion, I'll call for a vote on $297,500. Counselor Bordelon, how do you vote? Aye. Counselor Baumgartner?
Aye.
Counselor Kassiri?
Yes.
Counselor Franco?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor McBride?
Yes.
Counselor Parker?
Yes.
Counselor Westervelt?
Yes.
Melendez is a yes. That carries 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. We are on to account 1010, can be found on page 64.
This one just doesn't typically from year to year change a whole lot.
We need a number on the floor.
I'm sorry about that.
I'll make a motion for $309,093.
Second, Jones?
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Jones. Manager Burt?
This one's usually pretty reasonably static. However, as you remember, we had 10% of the HR directors paying this because they were performing some assistant town manager duties. That's removed. So that's why the budget's down 8,900, which is about 6,500 is personnel, and then some of the trainings, professional line items down by 2,390. Now, in terms of the assistant town manager, it's something I eventually need to figure out some way to have a little more backup, but I'm still talking with HR about what the best options are, so not looking to do anything right now.
Counselor Baumgartner?
Yes. 2 questions. One, I know in the past we have discussed additional support in addition to the executive assistant position. I know prior to your arrival, there were 2 support staff in your office, both an executive assistant, and then I think more of a
Assistant to
bona
the
fide-
town manager, not assistant town manager, but assistant to the town manager.
Can you explain why that was not included in this budget request?
Well, it's been gone for a few years now, but we're still figuring out what the best option is. There's different options, there's even, there's different ideas that HR I've kicked around. For instance, she has a real interest in getting a DEI coordinator position, but she thinks it should be broader, more in my office, so that it gets taken very seriously and throughout the town. But then we're talking about, is there a way to sort of, it's hard to keep that position all the way busy? Is it something that maybe some help for me in there? And so we're trying to figure that out still. There's a lot of options out there, so it's just not wanting to rush into anything.
So that'll probably be some form of a request in the
At
next
some
budget
point,
cycle.
right.
Okay. And then the other thing is there are some minor salary adjustments. Can you just speak to those?
Yeah, the standard non-union 2.5 that was set for all non-union.
Thank you.
I should mention that for the position, it is under consideration though for the assistant to the town manager. That's still under consideration.
Okay.
All right. Councilor Bordelon?
Thank you. So for the assistant to the town manager, would that be like, you're saying it's under consideration, would that be a full-time position?
All depends on the duties. That's what we're trying to figure out. One thing I want to make sure is that they can do some night meetings, whatever position, take up some of that. And have enough authority that if I was out of the office, they could make some decisions or help guide, things. But I'm very much interested also, though, in the DEI coordinator position. I think there's a lot that can be done with that. It's just we're not sure if it's exactly, if it meshes totally together, same skill set or not. So, we just don't want to rush anything.
Can you speak to the leadership and general support?
Essentially, that's things that would be more tied in with myself, I believe. Anything? Well, they break it up by. Let's see. So the 0 is leadership in general. Supervision, development, and management team, participation in different agencies, implementing your goals. If you had policy, you wanted me to work on that type of thing, or working with staff on. It's it's not like we track it. It's not like we actually track the time spent in each. It's kind of over time what's been thought to be where the time lies, but it's broken up because the other one has agendas and other things, which would be more things Lisa would do. But I am involved. I create agenda items and other things, so it's more of a leadership versus more of the background, do the paperwork and other things, and then of course cost center too is budget prep. Which takes a good chunk of time.
And that makes the number, the 10-100, the 10100 line, that encompasses all of that?
Not the budget and not agendas, anything else basically. Basically anything else, but things like the paperwork type stuff, putting out agendas and working on the budget. Again, we don't really closely track it, though. It's not like we put it on time. It'd be hard to track that.
So,
Director Landry?
I'd just like to add that the leadership typically covers all of the daily operating costs of that department, which would be like your paper, your copier charges, professional development, everything that takes to run the department. And the other 2 cost centers are limited or very specific. It's like the budget prep we do, like the binders that we purchase flow into that line item. But that would most of the operating expenses are in leadership, as it is in most of the other departments. Paper, pens, pencils, those type of items.
Yeah, under the line item under that, the 10101, can you speak to that line?
Legislative support?
Yeah.
And again, that's very the thing. Responsible for processing town council and RTM referrals, agenda items, other things, and both Lisa and I, of course, do all those things. Attending legislative and other committee meetings in order to set state legislative priorities, coordinating Groton's legislative agenda with local legislators, anything like that, and then develop an issues agendas for. So it's much in terms of, it's mostly agenda driven and goals, policy setting driven, sort of. But, even like Lisa spends, let's say we have a 4-hour meeting, well, that's probably about 6 hours of minutes, taken up by Lisa doing those, stopping, writing, that type of thing, because she has to listen to the whole thing. So a lot of that's that type of thing.
And then my last question, under this line, if there was a number that can be moved, what could you work with under this?
Director Landry?
Or town manager?
I don't know because
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Could I just add, the primary expense for cost centers 1 and 2, we do split payroll. Those are mostly payroll driven. So the time that that Lisa Hilton would spend doing minutes, or John's time that's spent on legislative policy or budget prep, we split that salary, not all 100% into leadership, or Lisa's salary 100% into leadership. So the bulk of those two would be personnel. So
essentially, if we cut it back, we'd have to cut personnel back, which means I'd be doing agendas and not doing other stuff.
I mean, other towns are doing it. I was just looking at other budgets and looking at other municipalities that have higher numbers, and some of these numbers are outliers compared to surrounding communities. Some of the salaries are even higher than surrounding communities with higher percents of population, and they're all doing the same thing: budget, minutes, agendas. So I'm just looking because people have reached out to me asking why the numbers were so high in comparison to other municipalities with more constituents and a lot more responsibility. So I'm just asking those direct questions because that's what I'm supposed to do. But when looking at some of these salaries, when you surround and look at other towns, even they don't make this number, and yet there's an increase here again. So those are definitely, it's only been growing and growing and growing since. At what point? Where's our cap here in Groton for 40,000 population? So I'm just asking because these are. So when I say what can we cut here, that's. I mean, we have to figure out to what where is our threshold? Where's our cap? And there's definitely some outliers in here. So thank you.
Councilor Franco?
Thank you. So looking at the budget, there's 2 people in this department, and one of them, we decide to increase the pay by town council vote. If anybody wants to reduce that, it has to come to the town council to reduce it and not just a line item on the budget, because that's a voted upon item. So I think sort of this conversation is not. If they want to cut the budget and you want to cut operating cost, or you want to cut some personnel, you can't cut what people in the community are talking about because it's passed by the town council as a vote. Thank you.
Councilor Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, reading the first line of this, page 64, it says this didn't go up, it was a decrease. So we have a decrease of 2.8% in this department. So I'm on the wrong page, let me know, but I think it went down.
Yeah, and that was because of the lost 10% of a position, which again we're trying to figure out. Because and as it is, I I work pretty much every evening, and I work throughout most of the weekends. I haven't taken any vacation time in over 4 years.
But we take the whole budget line as the whole thing, and it has actually decreased. However
Right, as a whole.
that happened, it still went down, so.
Councilor Kassiri?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Burt, just to clarify, our town government is pretty unique with our system, considering we have a town manager, a town council, and an RTM, correct?
Yeah, we're actually the only one in the state that has both a town council, excuse me, and an RTM. I think
Right.
there's like something like 7 to 10 RTMs, but they don't have a town council with it.
Correct. So therefore, it's pretty hard to compare our municipality to others with our system? Is that
Yeah,
fair to
and then when
say?
you count in the subdivisions, I'd say we're pretty complicated, actually.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilor Baumgarten?
Yes, Manager Burt, the council extended your contract through, I know, an extra year, but through 2025, is it?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. So just, I had, last meeting, I had voiced some concern about specifically department head increases. I mean, there's going to be about a 2.5% increase across the board, but my question only is, at what point is it that, say in 5 years, assuming that's a 2.5% increase, where the salary for the manager's position is going to push over $200,000. And my question is, at what point, and I mean this with no disrespect to the manager, and certainly think he's qualified to be our manager, but at one point do we kind of, I think, cap out? Obviously, no person works for a municipality forever. So say, somebody leaves, do those positions automatically kind of go back to a certain level in terms of salary? Say if, someone were to retire or move to better pastures, what happens at that point? Would the salary kind of stay at the high point? Or?
You negotiate it.
Okay.
And depending on what they're making somewhere else, because you're not likely going to pay, obviously less than the equivalent, and they want a raise of some sort.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I understand the point taken. This has sort of been considered, I don't want to compare, it's not apples to apples, but the sort of akin to the school superintendent who does make more than this, but.
And to that, to your point, does the superintendent also typically see those 2.5% increases, or is that sort of set by the Board of Ed?
I don't know. It's set by the Board of Ed. Yeah, I don't. So I only see the number now and then.
Okay. All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Councilor Bordelon?
Thank you. It was said that, we're a unique municipality, but, I'm just looking at numbers, and, we also are a unique municipality, and this town council does a lot of work, and as we voted on the last line, other municipalities, councilors even get stipends for what we do, and this town council does not. The amount of work that the town manager does, but
Point
also
of order.
the amount of work.
What's your point of order?
We're talking about the executive management account right now, not the town council.
Your point is well taken. Please keep your comments regarding executive management.
Thank you. In general, that we're looking at the work that goes in, and that's what's being stated. So I'll speak to the work. It's not solely, at times we're asked to make a lot of the decisions as well. At points on here, the line where we had an executive, we asked under the 2 years ago, and it was stated, no, I don't want anybody, I don't need anybody. So I can understand that. I do think there's a uniqueness to this town, as it was stated before. But I do think with that, the workload and the level, the numbers are just a little concerning to me. It doesn't discredit anybody in particular, but there were years where outlying numbers were much higher than 2%, and this has grown pretty fast. And that's something that I I think feel it needs to be addressed, it needs to be looked at. Unfortunately, though, as it was stated by another counselor, we'd have to vote on the contract or whatever after, but we're looking at the bottom number, which is the 309. So that's the number I have to look at, and that's where I was wondering if there's any other savings throughout. Obviously, we'd be voting on a number. We couldn't directly change any particular line here, but I was looking to see if we move that number, it'd be the town manager's decision to how he wanted to allocate that. So that's what we can do, and that's what I was looking at. Thank you.
Councilor Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not only does the town manager work with the council, where we spend sometimes hours with the meetings and having our discussions, and he answers our phone calls every night, weekends and all. He also is the overall manager, and sorry, Mr. Burt, this is how I have to put it, that runs the day-to-day operations of the whole entire town of Groton, besides the Board of Ed, where that's the superintendent. So between those two things, between working with the town council and being the general manager of the town of Groton employees, it takes a lot and a toll. And there's only 2 people in the office, so if we take away stuff, a line item, or reduce the line item, that will affect not only the town council's meetings, but also the day-to-day operations of what he has to do. So I'm in favor of keeping the current number as is, and if we need to have further discussions, we move it to a different meeting, because right now this is only budget discussion. Thank you.
Councilor Kassiri?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before we vote, I just wanted to remind the public that both personnel services are down and operating expenses are down in this account. So thank you.
All right, seeing no further discussion, I'll call for a vote on $309,093. Councilor Bordelon?
No.
Councilor Baumgartner?
Aye.
Councilor Kassiri?
Yes.
Councilor Franco?
Yes.
Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor McBride?
Yes.
Councilor Parker?
Yes.
Councilor Westervelt?
Yes.
Melendez is a yes. That carries 8 in favor, 1 opposed, Bordelon, 0 abstaining. Okay, on to regional agencies. 1083 can be found on page 169.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor?
Yes?
Just to confirm, this is the one we have to go line by line, by cost centers?
Yes.
Correct.
Thank you.
For cost center 10830.
I'll make a motion to approve $15,963 for the Southeastern Connecticut Council of Governments.
Second, Bordelon?
Moved by Baumgartner, seconded by Bordelon, for $15,963.
And this one, it stays, let's see, the COG's looking at actually going from 16,349 down to 15,963. Jim Butler wasn't able to make it. He sent you an extensive email listing all the things they do, grants that we've received through them. Of course, they lobby for things. They do a variety of things. I wholeheartedly support maintaining this. Every municipality within that jurisdiction is a member of the COG, which is 22 municipalities, I believe. They do a great job.
Thank you. Councilor Baumgartner?
Yes, I know the Council of Governments recently hired an ARPA coordinator for some of their regional activities. Is Groton a participatory party?
Yes.
Okay, and then so our contribution came from our ARPA pool? Got it, so it would not come from this cost center?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions?
Okay, seeing no discussion, I'll call for a vote on cost center 10830 in the amount of $15,963. Councilor Bordelon?
Aye.
Councilor Baumgartner?
Aye.
Councilor Kassiri?
Yes.
Councilor Franco?
Yes.
Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor McBride?
Yes.
Councilor Parker?
Yes.
Councilor Westervelt?
Aye.
Melendez is yes. That carries 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. For call center 10831, I'll make a motion for $13,444.
Second, Bordelon?
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Bordelon. This is Sector Manager Burke.
Oh, sorry. You'll see that one also decreased slightly from 14,041 to 13,444. We do have a representative sector, I believe, in the audience. Yeah, so if you have any questions, you could come up. But they're our partners in economic development. They do. We work very, very closely with Paige Bronk, who was appointed not long ago to their board, and we often team up on things, or they fill in gaps on some things we don't do, and vice versa. But we do have a representative if you have any questions.
Councilor Bordelon.
Yeah, I'd like to have him come up and talk to the account.
They went down.
Yeah, right there. Sorry.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Do I start? Or is there a question? My name is R.T. Brown. I've been with Sector since November 29th of last year. We are the region's designated economic development district, so that designation comes from the U.S. Economic Development Authority. So we serve the region. We reach out to all municipalities within the region for municipal funding. In Groton specifically, we've helped 4 businesses with new loans using CARES Act funding. I got to put my glasses on. The organization PTAC, which is the Procurement Technical Assistance Center, operates out of our offices, and they've assisted 12 clients, providing 50 hours of technical assistance and counseling, and they connect local businesses with government contracts. And the outcome of that for this past year was $4.4 million to those businesses and government contracts. So they help the businesses with their capability statements so that they are in a better position to access those contracts. Our SBDC, Small Business Development Center folks, have consulted with 4 small businesses in Groton, and we participate in other general economic development discussions within the region. A project that has received some news coverage lately is our Build Back Better Regional Challenge, which was funded by the USDA, by EDA, and we just submitted slightly over $40 million in grant funds for building an offshore wind industry cluster. We should find out about that funding in September, but that will have some substantial impact to the region on supply chain relative to manufacturing, supporting that industry to help diversify the economy within the area. Our municipal funding requests are they're important because if you live in the world of grants, you know how important match is, and we are not able to use other federal funds as match to go after other funds. So the municipal funding that we receive, we can quadruple that, for example, because we are able to use it as match. And depending on the funding opportunity, sometimes it's 1-to-1, sometimes it's 2-to-1. Lately, because of the world of pandemic funding, it's 4-to-1. So it's really a powerful tool for us. I don't know if there's any other questions. I could go on, but I'm happy to entertain.
Council Bordelon?
What's driving the decrease this year?
The population. Which is not a great thing. That's something we need to focus on.
Council Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How many cities and towns do you represent?
So
In your
the
region?
same as the COG, it's 22.
And how is that figured out? They just sort of make a circle and say,
It's a great question. I'd have to get back to you on the historical designation of that because it doesn't quite follow county lines. There's a few towns that are added in, and I don't know. I'll have to get back to you on that.
all right. And there are other enterprise zones around the state? The whole state's divided up?
Yeah, there are. I think there's 4 what are called designated economic development districts. However, for example, north of us, the Northeast region, they have what's called a comprehensive economic development strategy, which is approved by the EDA, but they're not designated as an EDD, for example.
Okay. And what would you say was your biggest success in this last year?
I think it's the Build Back Better Regional Challenge is one of them, and it's been really. We haven't received the fundings yet, but we've really pushed a lot of efforts out the door to put ourselves in the best position to help the region transition from a pandemic to post-pandemic economy and to really diversify that. So, our fingers are crossed that some of these initiatives are going to come to fruition, but we don't have those answers yet.
Okay. Thank you.
Council Bordelon?
Yes, how did you come up with this particular number? What drives this number?
It's 35 cents per capita, so it's based on population. It's been that way for many years. We used to be in line with the COG, but the COG has gone to, I think it's like 55 cents per capita. We're at, I believe, 35 cents per capita.
And then my other question, so then this number would be different from the other municipalities that are involved, so everyone has a different number?
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
Totally.
Thank you.
Yep.
Council Parker?
Thank you for coming out. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In our budget book in section A, page 4, there's an attached letter that explains the 35 cents per capita. And thank you for providing this information, sir.
Absolutely.
I thank you for also providing the information about what you've done for our community and helping some businesses moving along. I fully support the number, and thank you for all you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Baumgartner?
Yes, thank you very much, and certainly welcome to, I'm not sure if we've met before, but welcome to Groton.
Yeah, thank you.
And I understand a few years ago, one thing you failed to mention is that the sector moved to Groton from New London a couple years ago.
Before my time.
And so we are certainly appreciative of that, a fun little rivalry with our friends across the river. I certainly will be supporting this request. You'd mentioned that it's about 35 cents per capita, so the population's roughly 38,000, and that was about a reduction of about 2,000 folks in Groton since the last census was conducted, and I know that's something that certainly your office is very mindful of, and hopefully, any development or in our region, especially as it relates to employment, certainly should have a focus on growth here in Groton as well. So look forward to learning more about the Build Back Better Challenge as things develop. And my only question is, I understand Nancy Kauser left more recently as well, and certainly big shoes to fill there, but I know Captain White-Scarver, he has a pretty prolific history here in Groton as well, and so those big shoes are well filled. Is there essentially, you had mentioned that this funding kind of augments certain grants that you strive for. Are those grants state grants, private grants?
Both, actually. So we most recently on March 11th submitted a program to the state to help small businesses with grants. We haven't received notification. We probably won't until sometime in May. But that was a state program. Most recently, as of this past Thursday, we submitted to the U.S. EDA. So those are federal opportunities. So it's really a mix.
And you said the U.S. EDA. Does the U.S. EDA, does sector get the bulk of their funding from U.S. EDA?
I don't know the breakdown, but shooting from the hip, I would say yes. But I'd rather get back to you with a better breakdown of.
And they're housed under like the Department of Commerce?
Receive a little bit of funding from the Department of Economic and Community Development.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Just take a note.
All right, seeing no further discussion, I'll call for a vote on cost center 10831 in the amount of $13,444. Counselor Bordelon.
Aye.
Counselor Baumgartner.
Aye.
Counselor Kassiri.
Yes.
Counselor Franco.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor McBride.
Yes.
Counselor Parker.
Yes.
Counselor Westervelt.
Aye.
Melendez is a yes. That carries 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you.
And please feel free to reach out. We'd love to meet with you.
Definitely. Thank you.
On to cost center 10832.
I'll make a motion to approve $95,456
Kassiri, second.
for seat.
Moved by Baumgartner, seconded by Kassiri. $95,456. Manager Burt.
Seats up, it's currently 92,676 up to 95,456. We do have Mike Carroll, the director, on the line. I just want to mention we are working actively with them on some potential pricing for new routes like into Mystic, that type of thing. But Mike is available for questions.
Counselor Bordelon.
Thank you. Yeah, if Mike is able to speak to the number, there is an increase. Just speaking to like what's going on, and definitely would love to hear, also how this budget is reflecting post-COVID. I know a lot of things where the numbers were down and with people utilizing it, but then on one end I saw increases where folks were utilizing it more because of gas prices recently going up. So I'd love to hear some information.
Good morning. So let me try to 3% increases across the board for all of our towns. We're expecting about a 3% increase from the state, which provides about 70% of our operating assistance. It's driven really by increased input costs, primarily labor and fringe costs, which continue to increase each year. And also we're looking at sizable fuel increases. Of course, right now, like everybody else, we do have a locked-in contract for the first half of the fiscal year, so that certainly is helpful. And then as far as the pandemic, like all public transit systems, we took a big hit in ridership, but we are working hard to recover it. We're currently tracking at about 70% of pre-COVID levels. You may know that statewide we have a rider initiative that started yesterday, offering fare-free rides for the next 3 months on all services that SEAT provides. And that loss of the revenue will be offset by the state of Connecticut. We've been able to plug our financial holes over the last fiscal year with COVID relief funds from the Federal Transit Administration. Just caution everybody that those funds are essentially one-time funds. So probably in FY24, we'll be having to take a hard look at our budget going forward as far as how we'll fund levels of services.
My question, any growth, like any new routes or expansion in our town that this budget would be incorporating this year?
Essentially, this budget incorporates the current level of service. That being said, we always are willing to take a look to see if we need to make tweaks and adjustments. So essentially, I look at it as number of hours of service that SEAT provides to a given town for the amount we're requesting. If the town makes a decision that we need to adjust something and go in a different direction, we're certainly willing to have that conversation. As Mr. Bird, I think, mentioned, we are looking at what we might be able to do on the eastern edge of town, closer to the Stonington Mystic line, maybe with something like a demand response type service, and we can certainly cost that out.
Thank you. That's kind of where I was headed. I think there's a need for expansion into that area, and I think even locals would utilize that, including myself. Mystic can be quite a bear to get through in the summer, and if there was a public way to get in, it would be, I would use it. So I look forward to seeing that, and thank you for all that you do, and I think that this is definitely an important service for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Baumgartner?
Yes, I'd certainly like to align my remarks with Councilor Bordelon, and good to hear you, Mike. I hope all is well. I also understand that through June 30th, all SEAT transit will be free for riders, and that was due to legislation that became law yesterday, along with the gas tax relief for, through June 30th. So obviously those costs for expanded service, potentially, new route through Mystic has not been set. So we very much look forward to that pricing and maybe incorporating that in future expenditure. Certainly would support it, and I think there is a demand, obviously, not just because of the population density there and growth, that really unprecedented growth we've seen in the last couple of years there, but certainly, as Councilor Bordelon mentioned, because of tourism and the fact that it's an employment center as well. So thank you again for your work, Mike, and your interest in seeing SEAT growth in Groton, and look forward to continuing our partnership.
Councilor Franco?
Thank you. You give quite a service to our community, and it's much appreciated. I did look in your description here with your letter in the backup information, and you're assuming that diesel is going to be $2.31 a gallon for FYE 2023. Probably since you've written this, the price has increased probably double what you're expecting. So how is that going to impact your budget?
Well, right now we've locked in at that rate, and then it'll probably be in the late fall that we'll be working together with other transit districts to go out to bid for fuel costs. So I wish I could predict what costs will be like in the next 6 months, whether they'll continue to go up or whether we'll see some relief. I really don't know. And we'll adjust as accordingly, and if we have to make adjustments in the amount of service in order to meet our budget or balance our budget because of lack of funding, we'll certainly get with our member towns and have that discussion.
Oh, that would be appreciated. And as you're saying, there was no change basically to the services of Groton. It's the same routes, because I noticed that there are some eliminations of some runs, and I'm not sure with the bus numbers and run numbers, because they're listed here, but I'm not sure exactly if any of those touch on our town. So you're saying they do not. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you very much.
Council Bordelon?
Thank you. Looking at this, does any of these runs incorporate just like runs for employment for certain sections of town, or are these strictly, pay to ride to, ride a route?
There's not any dedicated employment shuttles, although we have resumed discussions with Electric Boat and looking at their expansion and the pressures that that's going to put on all of Southeast Connecticut. So we're just starting up those discussions again in cooperation, coordination with the Council of Governments.
Right. Yeah, I look forward to seeing those discussions, because I think, looking forward, as we look at the budget, as we talk about negotiations with Mystic, one of the things that I've seen was, even if we don't even have a ride set up for just say, anyone going in, sometimes a shuttle that just runs for employment, since Mystic is always looking to increase employment and has trouble getting employees, like everyone right now, current pandemic, even having that accessibility would cut down on the parking concerns down there. So that might be something we can partner with businesses and maybe, have some type of shuttle service for employment, which would be very helpful for a lot of teenagers and folks that, might need to get into there. But it's a hard place to find employment with the parking and what have you. So I think that's great, and I heard that that's available in other towns, and so employment shuttle runs is a great starting point. Thank you.
We'll be happy to take a look and work with the folks in Mystic and Groton and Stonington, together with the Council of Governments, which really acts as our primary planning agency for transportation projects.
Thank you so much.
Again, you're welcome.
Council Baumgartner?
Yes, just one question, Mike. I know the FTA will be distributing funds for bus electrification, specifically transit bus electrification. Will SEAT be privy to any of those funds? I know CT Transit got something, but will those funds trickle down to the non-state, well, I shouldn't say non-state funded buses, but the bus services funded by the municipalities?
The short answer is yes. It will probably take some time. Essentially, all transit districts are under a gubernatorial mandate that any bus purchased after 2023 will be electric. But we also have to take a hard look at our facility in Preston, which we're starting to do in cooperation with the Connecticut DOT, and we have some challenges there. So the first step in the process for fleet electrification will be making our facility capable of accommodating that, to charge up the buses overnight. But federal funding, I think, will be forthcoming when we get ready to move forward with actually acquiring electric buses.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further discussion, I'll call for a vote on account 10832 in the amount of $95,456. Council Bordelon?
Aye.
Council Baumgartner?
Aye.
Council Casiri?
Yes.
Council Franco?
Yes.
Council Jones?
Yes.
Council McBride?
Yes.
Council Parker?
Yes.
Council Westervelt?
Aye.
Melendez is a yes. That carries 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve $13,433 for the Southeastern Connecticut Probate Court.
Second, Bordelon?
Moved by Baumgartner, seconded by Bordelon. $13,433.
And we do have Judge Lehman in the audience to answer any questions, but it is a stable request. It hasn't changed.
I'd like to invite her up to speak. I just think post-COVID, I think it's important coming on budget. There might be some information or something that we probably should know, and I just think it's good if they show up, to give them the opportunity if they want to. I guess thank you for all that you do. And
Good morning.
Thank you for coming out. Is there anything that, do you predict with this budget, any increases in the future, or just in this budget, anything new post-COVID that you're dealing with that you didn't have to deal with, even though the number hasn't changed, but the need I'm sure, has gone up from what I've read. And I'm just, is there any way that we as a town can support you, and what things are changing in the midst of COVID that, before probate judge weren't really necessarily having to deal with?
Thanks, Portia. As you know, I'm the new probate judge. I just started in September, so we've kept things pretty stable. During COVID, the probate court was one of the very few courts that remained open all through COVID. But what we did do was we transitioned to mainly WebEx hearings, which is like a Zoom meeting. It's been highly effective, but what we're trying to do is move back to some in-person hearings. And that I use, it's in my discretion as to when we want to have in-person hearings, and it has fluctuated based on, the COVID surges. So what I do foresee, not in this budget, but as we move forward, is to try to get some technology in the probate court like you have here, so that we can do hybrid hearings. We do a lot of work with families and settling estates. We do conservatorships for the elderly, guardianships for adults with intellectual disabilities in the Groton Regional Probate Court. And a lot of people are not local in Connecticut, but they still want to participate in the hearings. And so pre-COVID, their only option was to dial in. And now I think people are used to these types of meetings, so I like to look at some of the technology to do that. A lot of what Groton has, we've been able to utilize when I need to have bigger hearing rooms. We've gone to the annex, and we're also looking at transitioning possibly in the future to the former Fitch Middle School, which would allow us to have more space that we could use for the probate court and share with other folks in town. So again, I think this is very stable. This is really our municipal budget, which is shared among the 4 towns, Groton or Stonington, Ledyard, and Stonington. So it's divvied up among the towns. It hasn't changed based on my understanding for a number of years. So the whole budget is $26,700, and Groton's portion of that is the $13,433 that we're talking about today.
Thank you for that. I guess my question for the town manager, considering what happened during COVID, would ARPA funds be allowed to be used for some of this technology to support probate, especially since it's handling our seniors, and a lot of them do need distance, videoing just because of health concerns, and families, when a loved one dies, might not live in the state, so having that accessibility where you can put your face on the screen and actually feel like you're a part. Is there any way that we can start to talk about this with the ARPA funds? Maybe it's only a few $1,000s to get it up and fully running, and that's a small piece of the ARPA fund, and I think this would be a long-term gain.
I don't think there'd be any issue with it, whether it be through the application process or some separate process, but I don't see any issue with it. It's government, you have that up to $10,000 allowance. Of course, we're only getting like $8,600, but you'll see soon on your agenda is you're going to opt into the general, I've heard they call it, but it's up to $10 million. You can spend it on basically any governmental service without having to worry about as much of the fine details. It gives you more broad usage and a little less paperwork. So I don't see any issue with this.
So I guess my thought then is, and I appreciate you bringing that insight, and this is why I thought it was great to have you come up and speak to this, because I think it's, just because there's no change, it's good to know where we're going. And this might be something where instead of making this number go up per se, we have these funds that we have to expend for things and services like this that are helping our most vulnerable community members. And so maybe, is this something, town manager or mayor, that we need to make, you guys have your own, meeting, and then bring it forward to the council and have it talked about as an agenda item, and maybe move something forward? Or is this something in your preview that you could just go ahead and call to action and get it done?
we communicate quite a bit. So if she just wants to put if the judge put some numbers together, or even work with our IT, to put some numbers together, but we'll go from there.
Perfect. I think this is great. I think I look forward to seeing and getting a report back on this, and let's get it going now. Let's not wait to the next budget year.
Thanks for bringing that up, Counselor.
You're very welcome.
Counselor Baumgartner?
Yes, it's good to see you, Judge.
Good to see you, too.
So to piggyback of Counselor Bordelon, I understand that, your office will likely move to Fitch, the old Fitch Middle, the community center, which will afford you a lot more square footage to work with. And I just hope that, as we're developing those bit of upgrades on the town side, that we obviously make consideration to many of, or really all of the judge's requests with respect to, a meeting room and having the technology so that they can participate in, or the judge can participate in, in those remote hearings. Would that request kind of come through our normal ARPA process?
Unless told otherwise, it would. We're soon going to be releasing applications. We would work with her to, fill out the application. But for anything different, it would take council action.
And then I know we maybe a month ago had a meeting about the community center as a whole. Would we then take up kind of those items all at once, or kind of maybe piecemeal depending on where the greatest need is?
The first step is we need to get some real, professional plans done for the center, including some, good solid costs. So that's the first thing we need to do, and we'll be asking for funds for. But we're continuing, we're having regular discussions. Matter of fact, the 4 municipalities and the judge will be getting together in the next few weeks. We've got a poll out now, figure out our schedules to go so the other towns can, see the space, because, our hope would be maybe they could put some funding towards it too.
Absolutely.
So it's an ongoing, we're keeping an eye on it though. So.
Yeah, well, we do send the lion's share of funding, but it looks like half of the 26,000, so 13,400 to probate court. There certainly are other towns involved, and hope they can.
And John and I have reached out to the other town leaders to try to build support for the project over there, because the towns are required by statute to support their probate court. So, we want to build support. The number, the dollar figure on that is not set by statute, but they do have to support the probate court. So we're trying to bring everybody on board with the project so that they understand what the need is and then what the ask is going to be.
And I would also hope that should a municipality maybe fall short from in terms of the requested amount, that doesn't hamstring our ability to get it done either. Certainly we'll be supporting your requests.
Thank you.
And thank you for all that you do for our community.
Thank you. Counselor Franco?
Thank you. So there's 4 communities in the regional probate court that help fund your budget. And it states here that it's contributions are per capita prorated share. Is there any consideration that, because Groton does give you office space, and that has no cost to it, is that correct?
That's my understanding. John, we don't pay rent to Groton?
Correct.
Right.
I must be wrong.
Just curious if that's part of the prorated share. I mean, is that taken into consideration? I'm
Director
sorry.
Landry?
Sorry. Yes, we do bill the 4 towns share the cost of the office space. We split it up and we send them a bill or a notice every year the amount to put in their budgets.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is really for the office, sort of everyday running of the office. It doesn't include salaries and that kind of thing. It's, software, repairs, postage and printing and things of that nature, staples. I mean, really for kind of running the general day-to-day office supply.
And where does the salary?
That comes out of probate. The probate administration pays the salaries.
And that's through the state?
probate is sort of a hybrid creature. Part of it, they're sort of quasi-state employees, but not totally. There's a probate system that gets funded through the state, and that's where the salaries come from.
So they don't cover anything of your operating budget, such as if you needed some kind of telecommunications?
That I would need to look into. I mean, given that this doesn't technically cover our computers, it does cover our copiers and paper and things of that nature. It has on here, let's see, Xerox. It does say we have a line item. Actually, it's funded at zero. Our internet and our phone. I think that's covered through probate. But a lot of probate covers the lion's share of our expenses. Obviously, we don't run the probate court for $26,700.
Right.
Right.
So I was just curious if the state offers you any kind of hybrid telecommunication
That's
meetings
a
of
good
any
question,
sort that you might want
Councilor
to check
Franco,
with them.
and that's what I need to sort of work on when we're going to ask for ARPA funds, to just determine where the funding is going to come from. Literally, I have in my office a very small monitor, a telephone, and a computer. It's not a laptop. It's nothing. If I need a laptop, I bring my own to a hearing. So I'm going to discuss with the town manager, what funds we can get from probate. I don't think we're going to be getting a lot more funds, but we do have access. The Groton is very, accommodating if we need to use Groton services, but I don't think that that's a long-term solution, given, as I discussed with the Councilor Bordelon, that people really expect now, and I don't see that they shouldn't expect to be able to participate meaningfully in these hearings in a virtual way. But I don't know that. I think it's a good question, and I was sitting here thinking I've got to make sure that the funding, given that we get fundings from different towns, different places, the state, the probate administration, to look to where we can draw for the upgrade in the technology that we're going to need going forward.
All right, I appreciate that, and I do hope that your move does go forward over to the middle school, the old middle school, and that would be good for you and your department, and from everything that I've read. So yeah, I definitely think you should have telecommunications. I'm just curious as to where the funding would come from that, and if there was ARPA funding request, as you get funding from all 4 towns, I think all 4 towns should be putting an ARPA request for you then. Thank you.
We have reached out to all 4 towns to discuss ARPA funding for both the move, and I'll do that as well for upgrading the technology that we should have.
Thank you.
I do think one of the towns has already moved past their allocation period, haven't they, or not?
They said there could be some additional funding.
Well, let's see what stage they are. Every town's at a different stage.
Right, and that's why I was also asking about the state, because the state seems to have quite a bit of funding at this time, that there might be something there for you, and you might ask our state legislators.
The time is now.
It is, absolutely. Thank you.
Councilor Bordelon?
Thank you. Some of my thoughts were already talked about. I was just going to say, I was doing a search, and I was wondering if there were any state grants or things that you, as a probate judge, can apply for, obviously post-pandemic, or if we ever, get to that point, hopefully, but just in general, if there was a need and we didn't have ARPA funds, what is that channel? And that would be great to know. And, obviously using state, some of your state elected officials, and, see if you can get some help there. And also agree that, if we can get all the towns to kind of, submit, like, this is what I'm looking for a prediction, and if there's any way that everybody can kind of feed into it, I think it'd be great. But I just think it's so important, and, they should be paying for your laptop, in my opinion, and your phone, and, anything that you utilize for these types of services, which I'm sure you use a lot of your own personal stuff. And I think the technology just needs to move into that direction. And I think that's one of the positives that COVID has given us, is that we are capable beyond in person on some levels. And it really has expanded our ability to connect in the community. Just having that technology available, has allowed folks to tune into high school concerts, grandparents in nursing homes. I mean, things like that, touching loved ones that weren't able to necessarily attend. So there is a need, and I hope you can get it. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, seeing no further discussion, I'll call for a vote on account cost center 10833 in the amounts of $13,433. Counselor Bordelon?
Yes.
Counselor Baumgartner?
Aye.
Counselor Gasiri?
Yes.
Counselor Franco?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor McBride?
Yes.
Counselor Parker?
Yes.
Counselor Westervelt?
Aye.
Melendez is a yes. That carries 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you all.
On to information technology. Account 1011 can be found on page 68. I'll make a motion for $1,215,633.
Kaseri, second.
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Kasiri. Manager Burt?
The IT manager, Brian Hancock, is actually on the line to answer any questions.
Council Bordelon?
Yeah, if you could just speak to the line items, there is an increase here, and explain what's going on, where we're going, and what the needs are. Thank you.
The overall budget was increased by $112,900, about a 10.24% increase this year. The personal expenses was increased by 42, which is about 0.88% increase. The reason for the small increase there, a lot of times, is for up around 2%. Our GIS coordinator has resigned last year. We brought a new one on at a lower rate, at a lower starting step, and so that's why that's only at 0.88%. The operating expense went up $108,058. That's about a 19.48% increase. This was due to hardware, software renewal subscriptions, and a couple new softwares that were coming on contract in FYE 23. The newly added contracts are the Tyler Intergov permitting system for the planning department. They are currently in the implementation stage of that, but by the time FY 23, the second year maintenance will be coming due. And that's about $37,575 for that. Also, the Microsoft Azure Cloud Backup, we do have some credits right now. This will carry, the 4,000 will carry us through the rest of the year for FY 23, which is always good to have backups. BreezeLine, BreezeLine is our wide area fiber provider. Used to be Atlantic Broadband, used to be Thames Valley. They informed me that as of July 1st of this year, that they are going to be calculating a new way for their fiber charges for distances. This increase is about $20,344, which is about 34.67% increase of what we're paying today. And one of the last notable increases is our Office 365 contract for our email. We were informed that Microsoft is restructuring their billing, and they're getting rid of all government contracts, which we were on, and they're going straight commercial, from what I understand. Our provider gave me this $20,496 increase as probably, hopefully, the worst case scenario that they can throw at us, and that's about 173.46% increase. I hope that doesn't come to fruition, but you never know about these big companies. And those four items total a little bit over an $82,000 increase for maintenance contracts and support. And the rest of the 29 or so hardware, software contracts that is supported in my budget, and the fax lines and the phone system was about a little bit over a $25,000 increase, which is about 4.62%. That's about the high level look at it.
Thank you. So it's, this packet that we have here, it says a 10.2%. And you'll also be speaking to the next item. Are you also the one that's going to be speaking to the technology replacement?
Correct.
Yeah, and there's an increase there. So, looking at these numbers, if there was a number that's moved, what feasibly could be done to cut the cost, of a 10.2% increase? And then my next question is to the town manager. What things are you doing? I know technology was a big COVID thing. What things are you doing to help this infrastructure in this department? Or what's the plan looking at funds that we're receiving?
Through ARPA?
Through anything? Are we applying for any grants? Are we looking for ARPA? What other ways are we trying to cut the increased percent of cost?
Well, these are basically, really just the management contracts. There's not grants for that type of thing. He's not, for this fund, he's not like he's buying equipment. So there's not grants available. And these are just set costs. So this department runs incredibly lean. There's really nowhere to cut in this department. And as a matter of fact, I really think they need another person in this department, but Brian never wants to ask for that. So.
I also had heard before, we always talking about working together with, some other towns actually utilize their Board of Ed and they're all under the same umbrella for technology, and that way you have more manpower. Has everybody talked to try to do such like that to cut down? Because altogether, Board of Ed has their own separate budget, but it's still all the taxpayers' budget as a whole item, even though we separate them out.
Now, some of these things, of course, are unique to the town that the Board of Ed wouldn't have. Now, we were on track to do some things like the finance software together. They did not want to change. They pulled out eventually and went their own way. So there had a lot of talks about working together, but the Board of Ed changed directions.
And I know it's been brought up that there's different software, different places, but it's simply as training evolves, you can get everybody on board. I know one town did merge their items, and if you're in the IT business, you just train on another software or another program. But I do think we need to look at ways in which we can kind of consolidate some of these things and bring in a way to make it all kind of work, because it only helps the town if we're utilizing those staff and kind of moving the manpower around, since ideally in the end we end up owning those buildings when they're passed back to us. I think it just is a no-brainer, the technology aspect, to try to figure out a way. There is a new superintendent. I'm not sure if you asked under this time, but I think we should consider looking at this again. It's brought up all the time. The other towns do it smoothly, and I think it's time that we start. Thank you.
And just to mention, on the finance software, because they were just being implemented separately, it's not going to combine anytime soon. In terms of staff, we actually looked at staffing a while back. They're flat out on what they do. So you wouldn't save any kind of position by combining, and they have they're extremely packed in. So we don't see a savings. It'd be software that we see is where you'd have a savings. But again, each place kind of likes the software, I guess they like. So. But no, it's a point taken, and we should always be looking at that, and we'll continue. And I will mention that to Superintendent Austin.
Thank you. Councilor Franco?
Thank you. Did we increase the number of email accounts within the town?
I don't think so.
No, we did not.
No? So this is all software, basically, and maintenance contracts.
Right.
Software, hardware, maintenance contracts, yes. Annual subscriptions.
Right. And there's nothing here that the town could do without?
No.
All right, so they're all necessities. All right, thank you very much.
All necessities like departments, yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Westervelt?
Good morning, Mr. Hancock. How are you?
Good.
Good. The question I have is on the breeze line with the wide area dark fiber. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, dark fiber is the fiber that's run throughout an area that's not currently lit up and being used. Are we using breeze line to basically install infrastructure around the city, or excuse me, around the town to get dark fiber that we're paying for?
Years ago, when it was Thames Valley, we contracted to have what we call dark fiber, point to point, from the town hall to all the town buildings, meaning it's not managed by, in this case, breeze line. So what we do is we light it up from the town hall to the buildings as our network. And yes, we do use them as our infrastructure.
Okay, is there I'm going to say an end in sight to how much fiber is going to need to be run? This looks like a hardware cost to me, and I'm assuming it's got to end at some point because we only have so many municipal buildings and so much municipal need for fiber.
The fiber's all run. This is just a increase in the current fiber we have already installed. They seem to calculate things differently when new companies come along. And we're kind of pretty much stuck because unless we can build a plan out to either run our own fiber or, get our municipal string up there, but, that still would be a couple of years away.
I guess I'm still confused. If the fiber's already there, what exactly are we being charged for?
The service of the fiber. They still own the fiber, so.
Okay, so it's basically a rental for the fiber because we light up our own fiber going building to building.
Correct. But we're still using their fiber, so we still have to pay for the pathway.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Councilor Kassiri?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Mr. Hancock. I was just looking for clarification. You said the software upgrades were about $80,000, and then you said the extra $25,000 increase was what exactly?
I got roughly about 2930 software maintenance, software hardware, and phone support, telecommunications. The 25,000 is the rest of those contracts besides the four or five I mentioned earlier, which were the notable mentions of large increases. Most of them were either from 0 to a 4% increase. So, within industry standards, as they call it.
Okay. Can you just go over what the rest of those contracts would entail?
Rest of them, financial, time and attendance, cashiering, IS World, which is our computer-aided mass appraisal system. COT is our imaging system and land records for town clerk. Hanson is our work order and currently our permitting system and also work order for public works. Agenda management is just that. It's the agendas. Quality data is the tax office and assessor's office. WebRoot antivirus. Esri is our GIS software. Marshall, which is a sub-software of GIS, our .gov domain cost. NetMotion Wireless is for the MDTs for the police department. We have some backup software, our VMware, which is our virtual server software, Quantum, which is currently our backup, Barracuda, web filtering, Nadios, network monitoring, Power DMS, police system for policies. Mimecast is a spam, virus and spam. Office 365 email. Palo Alto Firewall Town Hall. We have GoDaddy for an SSL certificate. Palo Alto for public safety. Our wireless licensing for our Wi-Fi. Tyler Financial Systems. VoIP, our phone VoIP licensing. Our EMC, which is our storage system. Light Tower, which is our CEN connection for our internet. Next Gen, which is 911 police records management system. Charity Tracker, Human Services. Archive Social to track online and Facebook posts and web page postings.
Great, so all of these sound very essential, correct?
I can't really get rid of one of them without really isolating a department or a network security risk.
Okay, great. That's exactly what I was looking for, that these are just very essential necessities for the town. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and great to hear from you, Manager Hancock, and thank you for your continued service to our community with respect to IT. To piggyback off of Councilor Westervelt in asking about the fiber, so obviously the fiber is already accounted for. It is lit. It is not dark fiber, but you'd mentioned the increase will be associated with the service of fiber. And just to clarify, when was that fiber line laid?
Oh, that we acquired that probably 6, 7, 8 years ago.
Okay, and
Plus or minus.
And so we paid to install the line, and for the fiber itself.
Yeah, we contracted with Thames Valley to break out the fiber and bring it into the buildings. Yes.
Okay, so if we we contracted with them, do we own the fiber line?
No, we do not.
Okay,
we lease it from them.
So despite paying for it, we still lease it from them, even though we paid for the actual infrastructure?
Well, yeah. Well, we basically only pay for 2 strands per building. I mean, I'm sure on the pole there's a good 150 strands running through their cables out there. We just pulled out a couple of them for each building.
I'm just having a hard time understanding why they would charge a service fee for the fiber line. I mean, this is not customary coming from TVC or now Breeze Line.
It's very customary.
It is customary?
It's their fiber. We contracted out to use their fiber.
Okay, and then my last question is, should we, are there any other options, or is that the only line?
Well, there is another option. I've looked into it years ago, where the municipal gain we have on the poles and stringing up our own fiber ring to the buildings. I did look at that. This cost was, just to let you know, it was about 5, 6 years ago that I met with a contractor. We were looking to do some stuff, and the cost came in about $700,000.
Well, considering, and thank you for your proactive approach. I expect nothing less from you. And just given your track record in IT, as Manager Burt mentioned, you're quite lean in how you operate your office, and certainly appreciated by this council and the taxpayers. But that, I think, is something we really should consider down the road, especially given the influx of funding available through federal streams, obviously potentially ARPA, a big focus on utilizing federal funds for not just IT infrastructure, but specifically broadband, and offering and expanding fiber in throughout our community. So I hope that is something we consider, especially given the rising costs associated with Breeze Line. It is quite unfortunate considering that it was a service entirely funded by a municipality, and now, unfortunately, ratepayers have to shoulder, and towns like Groton have to shoulder the cost of that loss of service. So I hope we can consider maybe re-exploring that. I think $700,000 specifically for municipal services. I think we'd be getting a lot of bang for our buck, and we'd be controlling. Obviously, that line wouldn't have to pay those sizable increases like we will be this year. So just for consideration, I hope we can maybe revisit that proposal. Thank you, Brian.
Yep, I'll actually look into that.
Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. I'll just piggyback off of that. I think that's great. I mean, it's, sometimes we're just like renting the modem from the cable company, and it's only $5, but if you have your cable for 30 years, and you can just buy it. So I do think it is important. It is a large lump sum cost, but there might be some grants out there. There might be some other things that we're not tapping into that could cover this, and then could decrease that amount to go towards other things that are needed in the town in the future, and decrease the burden on the taxpayer long term. Looking at this also, I know it was brought up several times, and we're talking about software, where we were looking at some folks on the RTM were wanting, to have a town email, especially for FYE purposes, or, you really don't have any control over when an RTM member, vacates a position. If they close that account, are they still receiving email on that account? With this new software that you're talking about, I believe, if I'm understanding correctly, it's going to be moving from you said to more of a company account or whatever. Is it possible that we, for very minimally or no cost, has it been checked again to see if adding those other emails would change this number at all?
Adding email accounts would change the number. It's an annual subscription per user. It's charged per user, monthly, per year. So you get a monthly and a yearly charge. Say, I calculated this increase to be about $120 a year per user.
$120 a year per user, and that's even with the new software restructuring?
Yeah, it's not new software, it's just Microsoft restructuring their contracts to get rid of government contracts.
Right, and so my question was, moving from government contract to, a company contract, would the number change?
They're saying it's very unknown right now, and that's why our provider gave me the $20,000 increase, because they don't know what it's going to increase. Microsoft has not released those numbers.
Right, so ballpark about $5,000 a year to put RTM on, give or take, on email.
Give or take, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Westervelt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Hancock, can you give me an idea, just because I don't know, how we got from Thames Valley to Atlantic Broadband and now to Breeze Line?
Thames Valley was purchased by Atlantic Broadband, and Atlantic Broadband changed their name to Breeze Line.
So they changed their name and increased their price by that much money? And how many, did I hear you say there were 2 fibers in each building?
Strands.
Strands, that's what I meant. So are we paying for a lease of 2 fiber strands, or do we have multiple? I mean, how big's the drop going into each of the buildings, and how much fiber are we leasing?
it's 2 per building. So every building, like the run from Town Hall to Spicer House is about, calculated with the new cost, about $15,000 a year. But running it up to the police department, Town Hall Annex, and the highway garage might only be $750. It's almost $7,500 a year. They're charging by the distance of the run.
Which has not changed since the fiber was run.
No, the Thames Valley, when it was Thames Valley, they, being a local municipal, gave me a good deal on it. Now with Breeze Line being the very big conglomerate, just money, they just sent the calculation over and said, this is it. Unless I want to move off and do something else, I'm pretty much held to them right now.
Well, no, I mean, I do understand the need for that, and working with fiber, I know how difficult it can be, and if we do move to putting in a fiber specifically for the town, by the town, I know you're going to need probably 2 more people just to manage that. So there's a cost offset there as well. It's concerning to me that now they're bought by a bigger company, or they change their name, whatever. It's a name change, and it's a huge increase. So that's concerning to me, but I understand we're over a barrel. We can't. It's hard to make that change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hancock. So I just wanted to talk just a little bit about the Microsoft 365. So they're basically moving from government pricing schedule to a commercial pricing schedule. Is that correct? That's right. So we have an exhaustive list of other software companies, and Microsoft sets a standard in the industry and SaaS stuff. Do you anticipate other companies starting to follow in their government pricing and moving to commercial pricing?
I hope not. I have not read that out there, but this one actually caught us by surprise, because there was really no word out there from Microsoft was doing this until we wanted to renew and get the pricing for the budget, and then he dropped it in my lap.
Are they moving out of government pricing everywhere?
I have not seen that. I know, because we only use 365 from them. All our other products we actually purchased and brought on-prem. So we're not using, their Office products in Office 365 because it's cost prohibitive at this time, right? Right now, we just purchased Office 2019 on everybody, so we own that for the next 5 years without paying any maintenance, so it was a one-time purchase deal.
I guess my comment would be to keep this on your radar and let us know as you see these softwares. Moving to the rental model is, basically you have your customer over a barrel and you can just do what you want with them. So it'd be great. Keep us in the loop of what goes on as these other companies just see this enormous money pile sitting here.
Oh, absolutely. I'll keep the town manager informed as soon as I hear. I went up to him as soon as this increase came, and I let him know.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other discussion, I'll call for a vote. We have to go. We have to get consensus for a third round of speaking.
No clarifying.
There's no clarifying question.
I can speak.
We have to get a consensus for a third round of speaking. Is there consensus for the council? I'm not seeing consensus.
So if we have a point of clarification, we cannot ask it.
No, the rules is we have two rounds of speaking for 3 minutes. Okay, I'll call for a vote on account 1011 in the amount of $1,215,633. Councilor Bordelon, how do you vote?
Abstain.
Councilor Baumgartner?
Yes.
Councilor Kassiri?
Yes.
Counselor Franco,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor McBride,
Yes.
Counselor Parker,
Yes.
Counselor Westervelt.
No.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
There are counselors talking to each other, and it's distracting.
Counselors should not speak to each other unless they have the floor. Melendez is a yes. That carries 8 in favor, 1 opposed, Westervelt, 1 abstaining, Bordelon. 7 in favor. 7 in favor, 1 opposed, Westervelt, 1 abstaining, Bordelon. Thank you.
Can we take a break?
Yep, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 11:10.
So I pulled the Office 365.
What's that?
I pulled the Office 365.
We're back from recess at 11:17. And we are on to Technology Replacement Fund, account 6050, can be found on page 72.
I'll make a motion to approve $65,242.
Second, Bordelon?
Moved by Baumgartner, seconded by Bordelon, $65,242, account 6050. Andrew Burt.
Well, of course, we still have the IT manager on the line to answer questions.
All right.
I can give just a brief overview of what this is about. There is a $4,098 decrease, about a 5.9% over last year. And what it's scheduled to be replaced is 52 desktop computers, a GPS system, which is used by multiple departments to map out trails. Public Works uses it for signage, street markings. WPCF uses it for manhole covers, lateral sanitary lines, and stuff like that. So it's a useful piece of equipment to have. One check validator for the tax office, and 6 network laser printers throughout the town. And they're replaced every 10 years, so these replacements are getting quite old. That's about the short of it.
Thank you. Andrew Burt.
I know you keep a detailed spreadsheet, Brian, about, when things have to be replaced. How many years is your goal for replacing? Is it, I see it in here, PCs 5 years and laptops 6 years?
Yep.
Is that still the case? Okay. Printers 10 years?
10 years, the validators every 5 years, and the GPS unit is 7 years.
It'd be hard to push much past those timelines and work efficiently.
Yeah, that's actually pushing them pretty far, so.
Yeah, this is pretty spread out.
All right, thank you. Seeing no discussion, I'll call for a vote on account 6050 in the amount of $65,242. Council Bordelon. Councilor Baumgartner.
Aye.
Councilor Kassiri.
Yes.
Councilor Franco.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor McBride.
Yes.
Councilor Parker.
Yes.
Councilor Westervelt.
Aye.
Melendez is a yes. That carries 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
On to finance, account 1013 can be found on page 91. I'll make a motion for $1,662,212.
Second.
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Franco.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to give you just a brief overview of the Finance Department to start. We are comprised of 4 divisions: accounting, assessment, purchasing, revenue collection, actually 5, including leadership. Accounting is responsible for cash management, the annual audit, payroll and pension check processing, accounts payable, accounts receivable, grant management, and general ledger oversight. The assessment division compiles the grants lists, coordinates the revaluation, and administers exemption and assessment programs. The purchasing division is responsible for townwide purchasing bids, including requests for proposals and also requests for qualifications, surplus equipment disposal, and oversees the mailroom. Excuse me. The revenue collection, it handles the tax collection for the town, the sewer district, and 9 fire district or political subdivisions, and accounts for 70% of the general fund revenue. We bill and collect for landfill and residential and commercial sewer use, and a significant amount of staff time is spent on the collection of delinquent taxes. My 23 budget has a total of 19 FTEs, and that's 3 in leadership, 5 in assessment, 5 in accounting, 2 in purchasing, and 4 in the tax division. The increase, I actually have a decrease to the budget this year. I did eliminate an FTE position vacancy that I had, and looking at the department, I didn't feel that it was necessary to fill that position, so I did eliminate that in the 23 budget. My operating expenses are up, mainly related to professional development and replacing aging furniture and equipment. A few years ago, I took a look at our professional development. I started, and I tried to start increasing that so that I was able to give the staff the ability to attend conferences or seminar and training and to have an opportunity to network with their peers. And as far as equipment, we had some old furniture or tables. I've upgraded computers. We've been trying to go to dual monitors for everyone. So I've continued that, and so there's some additional money, or some, I wouldn't really say additional, but some funding in this to continue that for both professional development and for equipment and computers. So that's my oversight. If anyone has any questions, I'll try to answer them for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Counselor Kasiri?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Cindy.
Hi.
Are you ever going to anticipate, sorry, I don't think this is working. Are you ever going to anticipate needing that position that you eliminated back at some point?
I don't expect so. I've had a fair share in the last few years of vacancies and transitions. So I took a look at the department as a whole, and the position that I had a vacancy in the tax office that I moved upstairs to accounting. And the vacancy that I am eliminating was actually in leadership. And I have the 3. I have myself, I have my deputy, and I have Lori Watchers, who is my budget analyst. And I feel like we did not need that 4th in leadership. And I do think we're well-staffed.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Counselor Baumgartner?
Hi, Cindy.
Hi.
Director Landry, great to see you as always, and thank you for your very important work to our community. Just quickly on some of the salaries, the manager mentioned about 2.5% increase for all non-union. I did a very brief personal accounting myself, at least for the top 3, or not, I shouldn't say the top 3, but the 3 of the positions, so say Director of Finance, Tax Collector, and Treasurer. The Director of Finance and Treasurer would adhere to that 2.5% increase, but the Tax Collector, it is up slightly above the 2.5% increase. And my question is, was that kind of contractually mandated or obligated?
Yes, the tax collector is in a union, the AFSCME union, so she would be entitled to whatever is in her current contract.
Excellent. That would make a lot of sense. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, seeing no further discussion, I'll call for a vote on account 1013 in the amount of $1,662,212. Counselor Bordelon?
Aye.
Counselor Baumgartner?
Yes.
Counselor Kasiri?
Yes.
Counselor Franco?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor McBride?
Yes.
Counselor Parker?
Yes.
Counselor Westervelt?
Aye.
Melendez is a yes. That carries 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. On to Revaluation Fund 2120 can be found on page 95.
I'll make a motion to put $248,000 on the floor.
Second, Bordelon?
$248,000, moved by Baumgartner, seconded by Bordelon. And we still have Director Landry.
As you may know, the Reval Fund was created back in 1999, and it was to accumulate funds on an annual basis to pay for the reval, which at the time was a 10-year reval, but now it's a 5-year reval. We're required by the state to perform every 5 years. And that was to prevent in the year before and the year during a revaluation a huge spike in the budget. So we have been contributing both for the reval and for the aerial mapping since that time. As you know, we just completed the revaluation that was effective 10/1/21, so the next reval will be effective 10/1/26, and we will begin to accumulate funds as that will be required to handle that reval. We do typically, legal fees associated with lawsuits that are filed on the revaluation are paid for out of this fund. So I do have some additional funding in there to cover anticipated lawsuits that may or may not come up in the next year.
Thank you. Counselor Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Lundy, what does a reval typically cost, or what did our reval that we just did cost?
I believe, I don't have that exact number with me, I'm sorry. I have, we had the total expenditures of $248,000, but bear with me 1 minute, I may have that in my detail. Because we issued the purchase order in the year before the reval, so we would have started that last year. And I do apologize that I do not have the exact number for the reval for last year. I thought I had brought that with me.
So do we just basically, we're just budgeting it out every year, we just put some aside and?
Yes, and this year was the full list and measure, which is considerably more expensive than when we do the interim. And so you will see on page 95, you'll see I put this schedule together anticipating how much we contribute to the fund and how much the reval is anticipated. And you'll see, and I'm estimating approximately $350,000 will be spent in fiscal '26. So I'm thinking our current reval was a little bit more than that because it was a full list and measure. The 26 will be an interim. But I apologize, I will get you that number.
So we basically, so this year we'll do 248, and then in '24,
Yes.
100 and 100, so
Right.
248, 348, 448.
Right, the
So-
contribution to the fund is what the general fund contributes, and then, yes, my appropriation is what I expect to spend out of that fund that year.
2, 3. So it's basically $500,000 a year, probably, to something. I mean, when you do a reval, right?
Pardon me?
It's probably about $500,000 or something to do it.
Right, I'm estimating 350 in 2026, so I'm thinking, yes, maybe around $500,000. I think it was a little bit less than that. I do apologize, I do not have that number. Did you have it?
Yeah,
Joe?
there's a question. For that 21 where we did the 486, 812 for the actual, did we cut it the year before because of things going on, so we had to make up for it? I think we had 1 year where we
Right,
cut it
we-
back. So that's the thing, is if you really cut it back,
Right.
that's just one time cutting it back some. So if you didn't do this, it'd be a very big spike.
Right, right. I mean, this is just prudent
Right.
finance.
Right.
Just putting the money away.
Right, because it was the years that, if you don't accumulate the funds on an annual basis, and then you have that year that you need to put $500,000 into the budget, because you need to put the reval money as well as some funds in there for legal fees. It could make a huge spike.
In your budget, right?
Right, when it was not in a separate fund, right.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to get an understanding of how
Sure.
it's about the amount of money you need to put away, and
Right, so we just try to put away on a little bit on an annual basis.
And then the mapping that goes in here, is that just, it's a town-wide mapping, they just remap all the?
Right, we
everything?
contract out to have an aerial map done,
Okay.
and that's what we use for GIS to,
Okay.
Yes.
And it gets put into the GIS system,
Yes.
and then when we go in and look at it, you can see all the houses and property and
Right,
all that kind of
absolutely.
stuff. So
Yeah.
that's the check for it all.
Right, it goes into the GIS, and it's used primarily, IT takes out the RFP and hires the company, but it is paid from the revaluation
From the
fund.
reval?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Counselor
Excuse me.
McBride?
Hi, this is Dee Morrison, Deputy Finance Director. I actually have an answer for the question you had asked.
Very good. Thank you.
About the cost for the Tyler valuation.
Thank you.
The PO that we had in fiscal 21 for that was $389,269.
That's a specific number. Thank you, Dee.
Thank you for that information.
You're welcome.
Councilor McBride?
Hi, thank you. Good morning. I just had a quick question. If the balance is 250 and we're accruing 150 each year for the next 4 years, that would be like a balance of like 750, which seems somewhat higher than what I would think we would need. Unless, are you saying the legal fees are upwards of over $200,000? Because I'm questioning whether or not we could set aside 100 for each of these years as opposed to 150 to try to save some of that money. Because I would think it appears this balance may be more over time. So I wonder if there's any way we could reduce that.
Are you happen to be looking at page 95?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so it shows.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Okay, so that chart shows you the ending fund balance, and then it's just a simple formula where it's adding the contribution and then my anticipated expenditures to give an ending balance at the end of each year. So I'm trying to get to, by the end of 2026, when I'm going to need that to spend that $350,000, I'm trying to get to a balance to have that available. So you'll see it drops down to $21,000 after that anticipated PO issued.
I do see that. Thank you. I guess I'm just doing quick math in my head. If we're doing 4 years of 150 contributions, that's 600,000 plus the 250 you have in balance now is 850. So how is that 850 being spent over the next 4 years?
Okay, we had, at the end of fiscal 21, we had $173,000. So I'm adding the $300,000 contribution, and then the $213 I expect to spend brings me down to $259. And then we add the $150, and I'm expecting to spend $248, which brings it down to $161. Do you follow
I guess
that?
my question is, I am following. Thank you for the explanation. I guess I'm questioning, what are the spends each year for 248, 100, 100?
Oh,
Because we're not spending any costs.
Typically, when it's not the Reval Fund, it's primarily legal fees. As you probably know, revaluation costs can go for several years before cases are settled. So those are my estimates based on prior history of what I expect to spend in legal fees based on revaluation cases.
Okay, so it's the legal fees of $300,000, $400,000 that's jacking this up, I guess. Okay, thank you for the explanation. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. See no further discussion. I'll call for a vote on account 2120 in the amount of $248,000. Counselor Bordelon?
Aye.
Counselor Baumgartner?
Aye.
Counselor Kassiri?
Yes.
Counselor Franco?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor McBride?
Yes.
Counselor Parker?
Yes.
Counselor Westervelt?
Aye.
And Melendez is yes. That carries 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. Thank you. Okay, we are on to Mumford Cove Special District. 2060 can be found on page 184.
I'll move $21,230.
Second, Bordelon?
Second, Parker.
Moved by Kassiri, seconded by Bordelon. $21,230. And Manager Burt, do we have anyone present? Oh, Director Landry.
Okay, the Mumford Cove District residents contract with Noank Fire District to provide them fire protection. And so this fund primarily is just to accumulate the tax money to pay over to Noank Fire District to cover that that fire protection. And it is $20,000 is what they pay to NOANC. We do put a little bit of extra money in there in case we have liens that may be filed with the town clerk that have to be released, filed and released. We just put a small amount of money in there to cover those. And also, they do pay a small fee for tax collection services, as all of the fire districts and subdivisions do.
Thank you. All right, seeing no discussion, I'll call for a vote on count 2060 in the amount of $21,230. Counselor Bordelon?
Aye.
Counselor Baumgartner?
Aye.
Counselor Kassiri?
Yes.
Counselor Franco?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor McBride?
Yes.
Counselor Parker?
Yes.
Counselor Westervelt?
Aye.
Melendez is yes. That carries 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. On to Groton Sewer District, 4010, can be found on page 187. I'll make a motion for $1,334,997.
Second, Kassiri.
Second, Parker.
Moved by Melendez, second by Kassiri. Director Landry?
Yes. The sewer district is primarily a debt service fund. The residents pay, the sewer district taxes are used to pay for the debt service that's for bonds that are issued to primarily cover repairs and expenses. Because it's part of the tax office collects these taxes too. We do prorate some of the expenses like the paper, the tax bills, the cost of the QDS service to the general fund and also to this fund. But it is primarily a debt service. And we did issue debt last year for the bonds from the treatment plant, and those payments are in the 23 budget.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Counselor Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Why do we use the previous year's grant list on this?
To set the mill rate?
Yeah.
Okay, because the 10-1-21 has not been finalized yet. That will impact the taxes that are due July 1st.
Will we readjust it when we get the new grant list, or does it just always sort of trail behind?
Okay, but I apologize. I am using the 10-1-21 before BAA.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood your question.
No, I just want, the new grant list is $4 billion, this is $3 billion. I just wondered why we use the previous, if we have a new grant list. Don't we have a new grant list number?
We do. Bear with me 1 minute.
It's $4,600,000,000.
Where are you getting that number?
Yeah, I'm pulling out this for the sewer
It's
district.
on page 1 of our budget books.
Okay, this is the sewer district grand list.
Is it a different grant list?
It doesn't cover the whole town.
No, not the Groton, the sewer district.
Okay.
It's a more limited area.
It excludes the city of Groton, so that I use there would be just the mill rate for the properties in the sewer district.
Okay. So it's just the Groton one?
Right, it's just the sewer district.
And does it get readjusted at some point, when we move into next year? Does it?
Well, this is the fiscal 21, the 10-1-21.
So this will be the one that'll stay?
This is the new grand list.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. And also, part of the reason is there are no sewer district taxes on motor vehicles. So I have to reduce the grand list by that dollar amount.
Okay.
I think that's probably what you're thinking of.
Or personal property.
Yes, for motor vehicles, right. I have to reduce it when to calculate the mill rate for the sewer district.
Okay. Okay, all right, thank you.
Counselor Baumgartner?
Yes, how does the Groton Sewer District town function differentiate from the sewer operating fund?
Okay. The sewer operating fund is, that revenue primarily comes from sewer use fees, and that's what the cost expenses related to the treatment plant and running the treatment plant. Whereas the sewer district is primary debt service, and we tax the residents for the debt that's only covered by the sewer district, which excludes the city.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, seeing no other discussion, I'll call for a vote on account 4010 in the amount of $1,334,997. Councilor Bordelon. Aye. Councilor Baumgartner.
Aye.
Councilor Kassiri.
Yes.
Councilor Franco.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor McBride.
Yes.
Councilor Parker.
Yes.
Councilor Westervelt.
Aye.
Melendez is a yes. That carries 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, outside agencies can be found on page 172, health and service agencies. Hey, Manager Burr, are we also going line by line in this?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
And we do have a representative, Ledgely, Jennifer Muggio, on Zoom. And their request remains, just slightly, very slightly up by like $69.
Okay.
I'll move $291,798.
Second, Bordelon.
Moved by Kassiri, seconded by Bordelon. $291,798. I believe we have.
Good morning, Town Council. This is Jen Muggio, Deputy Director with Ledgely Health District. Happy to answer any questions.
Welcome.
As most of you know, our budget is based on a per capita rate, which is staying consistent from FY22 to FY23 at $7.59 per person.
And just to mention, we are actually legally required to provide that exact amount they request.
Okay. All right. So seeing no discussion, I'll call for a vote on cost center 10840 in the amount of $291,798. Councilor Bordelon. Councilor Baumgartner.
Aye.
Councilor Kassiri.
Yes.
Councilor Franco.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor McBride.
Yes.
Councilor Parker.
Yes.
Councilor Westervelt.
Aye.
Melendez is a yes. That carries 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. Call center 10841. I make a motion for $1,229,144.
Second, Westervelt.
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Baumgartner. Westervelt? Seconded by Westervelt.
And we do have Gail Hayes from VNA on the line, as well as representatives from the Board of Ed.
Welcome.
Hello.
Hi. Is there any questions from the council? Councilor Franco?
Can they just present as to what the increase is for?
I'm sorry, was that for Gail?
Yes, it's for the VNAs.
Yes, could you repeat that question, please?
Yes, can you just speak on what the increases would cover?
The increase is a 10% increase, which we actually have, placed in all our school budget in all the towns that we cover. And what it does cover is, generally what our personnel provide in the school. They do Medicaid the annual training to the qualified personnel and administration of the medications. They also ensure that the fragile students that do attend school receive the one-on-one care that they deserve, like G2 feedings, diabetic care, specific medications that need to be given to them, and also catheterization. We do have a child that needs straight caths. They oversee the acute, chronic, and episodic emergency health care to the students. They're also, they serve as, a resource to the faculty as well in matters of, medical and mental health. They have a lot of resources at their fingertips. They provide emergency care to all staff. They monitor the compliance with immunizations and oversee the mandated physical exams and sports physical exams. They collaborate with families and health counseling. They also devise individual health care plans and individualized emergency care plans for students, and compile health data that's required for the Department of Public Health and Department of Education surveys. We collaborate with the school staff to identify chronic absenteeism and look at trends in student illness. We also handle all incidents regarding communicable disease. And we have to track all of these statistics, which we submit to our school supervisor, who submits all of this to the state. And actually, there's a large school body in all of the schools that we service, very large enrollments in these schools, especially, in the high school and the middle school. I do want to point out that, there is a severe registered nurse shortage right now, and our nurses are also part of a collective bargaining group. And in this last year, we did give them an increase, which obviously we have to pass on to all our contracts. But we, we're also trying to retain staff because there's, been quite an exodus and turnover with staff that are burnt out because of the pandemic. And it's virtually impossible to hire in RNs.
Thank you. Yes, because I believe the pay increases are pretty close to about 10%.
Yes.
And that's contractual, you're saying?
Yes.
But I also noticed that our the hourlies, if I'm correctly reading this, you're going to be increasing hours within the school. Is that correct?
The hourly rate has gone up, yes.
No, I'm saying the amount of hours.
We do have a breakdown of all the hours. We provide about 12,671 RN hours and 8,717 school health aide hours per year.
Right, because the RNs are going to increase by 634.
Right.
And the aides are going to increase as well by, let's see, 436. That's almost 1,000 hours combined. And then the budget increase is somewhere almost close to about 200,000. So there's that much more work within our schools, about 1,000 hours worth of work, additional work.
As I said, the reason for these increases is because of the collective bargaining agreement and our quest to retain registered nurses, because it's impossible to find new RNs. We have that across the board. And, everyone is having that struggle right now, not just statewide, but nationwide.
Right, but the amount of hours they're going to be working in the school has increased by almost 1,000 hours. Is there that much more work within our schools?
There has been more work. With the COVID, that has continued. Now we're in a period of, sort of a respite. But we know that there is another variant coming our way, and there'll probably be another surge coming. It may not be as bad as the previous one, but that does create more work for our staff.
So this is in anticipation of a potential increase in COVID, is that what you're saying? As well as some of the other work that you've already mentioned.
It's partly due to that, but also because of the increased needs of the students. We have more medically fragile students that are in the schools.
All right.
Mayor? I think the school requests a certain number of hours, isn't that? Yeah, I think the number of hours comes from the actual school request, so we do have school officials out here that may be able to answer that.
Okay, that'd be great.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Denise Doolittle. I am the Director of Student Services, and I'm also the liaison for the Board of Ed and the VNA for the School Nursing Services. And I just want to start by saying that our school nurses and school health aides deserve a huge thank you for supporting our students, staff, and families throughout this global pandemic. They truly are essential workers, and they've taken on an increase in workload that was unprecedented, and that was in addition to their regular duties. They assist the building administrators with contact tracing. They collaborate with Ledgelight Health District. They have made many phone calls to parents. They have overseen the isolation room for students who have COVID symptoms. And they have, added all of this to their regular duties. As Gail said, we hope that the worst of this pandemic is behind us, but we are seeing an increased need for our nurses, both as a result of the pandemic and as a result of students who need daily medication, students who need specialized care plans. We also have a large student body, as Gail said, at Groton Middle School of younger students. And we have students who, who really have life-threatening food allergies. And the nurses are responsible for training our staff, including our bus drivers and our bus aides. Their role is quite broad, and we couldn't do what we do without them.
Thank you.
I'm all set. I guess I answered the question.
All right, Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Town Manager, I know there's a lot of funds that come in that are coming through other avenues for Board of Ed that they don't expend, and then they stay and go into our general fund every year. Is that correct?
Well, they go to offsetting what we pay for and they're counted into our budget,
But
right?
sometimes there's a positive revenue that's left in our general fund that doesn't fully go back to Board of Ed. Is that correct?
Well, it makes up for what we spend, so it's kind of,
But if they apply for certain grants and they're not fully used, then it, so there's sometimes what do we allocate for our percent of budget and what we actually take in after sometimes can be higher.
Yeah, that's true.
That is
And-
right.
But
So,
then
like,
it's just
there's-
counted as, because we're already spending way more
Right.
than that, though, it just counts as.
Right, and some towns have enacted something called a non-lapsing fund, which makes sure all funds that come in will go straight to, what I'm trying to get at is that.
That's not how it works for like some of the dollars. That's
Correct. It
whatever
depends
they
on
have
how it
left
comes
their
in.
budget. Right.
Correct, it depends. There's all different, there's grants, but this is an essential. I think if you're on the receiving side of the medical and you have a child who's medically fragile, who needs something, or you've been ill yourself, you're going to advocate for these funds. But if you're not, then you might not have seen them fully worked. As a person who was a para in the Groton Public Schools at one time early on when my children were young, I worked in the medically fragile room at Mary Morrison Elementary, and I saw children that needed to be changed, that needed to, not babies, but adult children that have G-tubes, catheterizations, seizure disorders, medications that, and things that a school nurse may not be, I'm not disqualifying a school nurse, but they're not used to working in trauma all day. It's colds and symptoms, and their preview is to cover the student body on a general sense. And then when you take it on the medically fragile side, and you take on the wheelchairs, the disability equipments, the allergies, the behavioral that become medical. I mean, you can have a student that has a major episode and has a head trauma, and then there's a lot of things that go into it. I know that the cost is going up. As someone who works in the medical field, they are having trouble replacing positions, as it was stated the other day when we were doing a budget on economic. They were talking about how they're having retention issues. Medically, people have walked from the medical field because they do not want to be around COVID. People that maybe were going to retire in 5 or 10 years. There is a need here. I've seen the numbers, and it's very important. Their children should be afforded the same equal opportunity and access to education as anybody under their individual education plan, IEP, and that brings on a whole host of other needs. Funding education is not just funding the academic, it's funding the right to be in that building and have whatever accessories or necessities that student needs. My question is, thank you to all the nurses that have stepped up, the aides that don't make a lot to try to make this work, and some of them remember that they're off on the summers, so they're not these numbers are reflective, and they might have to pick up different jobs and other things like that. So I'm in full support of it. I know that the increase is there. My question though is this also a lot of jobs in the medical field are trying to give bonuses for sign-on? Is this also being reflected in that with the increase?
Counselor's time has expired. Thank you, but the question can be answered.
Actually, this is Gail. This does not reflect any bonuses. We haven't given any bonuses. We just gave them an increase in their wages.
All right, Counselor Bordelon.
Thank you.
This is Denise. Thank you, Counselor Bordelon. I just also wanted to remind the council that the nurses that work in our schools have specialized training in pediatric care. And it does make it challenging when the VNA is trying to recruit nurses to fill vacancies, because they do need to have that background in pediatric care, and not all nurses have that. So that does add an additional layer to what Gail is sharing in terms of recruitment and hiring.
Also, does this also include liability insurance as well?
The liability insurance is something that the VNA takes on, as something that we cover. We don't pass that on to our any contracted entity.
Also, the other moving factor that, it was stated today that Groton is very unique, and in fact we are. Being a military community and family, as a person who's lived in military housing and such, population is ever changing, and with that comes a lot of children sometimes that you just don't know on a month-to-month, week-to-week basis what types of needs are going to be there, and that can be sprung on you as well. You could have someone that comes in with a trach Monday, and you guys have to be ready to service that child on their level.
Yes, absolutely. That's a big piece of it. And, working with parents to make sure that immunizations are up to date. We now no longer have the religious waiver for new students enrolled to the district. I actually met with a parent this week of a newly enrolled student and, tried to explain to them this legislation. So there's a lot that goes into bringing new students into the district and working with parents so that they understand what immunizations and health assessments are required before the students can start school. Obviously, military children have a 30-day grace period. But in terms of other students, it's very important that we work with the parents so that those immunizations and health assessments are completed and kids can start school as soon as possible.
Right, and the other, my other question, this also, there's been a lot of articles and push about mental health, and that falls under the medical preview as well. Does any of this budget also help with the post-pandemic impacts that children that we're seeing at a high alarming rate of having social emotional issues and programs and supports for therapists and things like that sometimes turn into medical with medical administration and other things?
Sure, I'll start and then Gail, feel free to chime in. We do have students who are frequent visitors to the health office, and that could be due to anxiety, could be due to some somatic complaints, right? Their anxiety causes them to have upset tummies and headaches. So we are seeing overall in general a large increase in traffic in the health suites. We do work very closely with our nursing staff in terms of our school psychologists and our school social workers who are available if there is a concern that a student is experiencing anxiety, that we do have support staff available to work with that student and to contact the family and talk about, whether this is a student that might need to see the school social worker, for 6 weeks of informal counseling, or if it's something that needs to be more formalized in an IEP or a 504 plan. And the nurses frequently attend those meetings when it's when we're talking about conditions that have a medical impact.
Right, and also, last thing, I also had seen in real time medical counseling for parents, where parents struggle to regulate, say, the insulin or the trach or the breathing apparatus or wheelchair alignment as a child grows. Some of that is actually in-house, or it used to be, and I can't speak for now, and sometimes at school during those IEPs and PPTs where parents, work closely with these nursing staff to help them on that transition when the child goes to school. And with post-COVID, what we're finding is a lot of the ground that the school had with the connectability with the parents, they lost because, the child was being managed at home and their needs are different when they're in school playing and interacting with students. Did you see an increase in that? It's like we're back to, well, not ground zero, but you're having to reset the stage all over again.
There certainly is an element of that for sure. There's a lot of communication between the parent and the school to make sure that the child's medical needs are met in school and to support the parent as much as possible in the home.
Mm-hmm. Thank you again. I fully support this, and I can't thank you guys enough for really truly making sure every child has an IEP that is followed and it's medical as well, and that is a huge part of really meeting the need of the whole student. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, I'll call for a vote on account 10841 in the amount of $1,229,144. Counselor Bordelon?
Aye.
Counselor Baumgartner?
Aye.
Counselor Kassiri?
Yes.
Counselor Franco?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor McBride?
Yes.
Counselor Parker?
Yes.
Counselor Westervelt?
Aye.
And Melendez is a yes. That carries 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. On to account 10842 I make a motion for...
Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do think you have one more account, though, your VNA Health promo. I make a motion for $42,984.
Second.
Moved by Melendez, seconded.
Second, Parker.
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Parker. And this is the same VNA. Counselor Bordelon?
So just my understanding from this account, if I still remember correctly, is this the services that you provide at the senior center?
Yes.
Okay. Another phenomenal service to folks who have high deductible rates that maybe fall in that donut loophole where they, just can't afford, and, a lot of medication management. And this senior center where everyone came and spoke about how wonderful the services were, having that available here. Folks, have blood pressure meds, diabetes meds, and things fluctuate, and it's nice to be able to come in here, get a blood pressure for free of charge, and then I maybe at that point either call the ambulance to get them out of here if it's urgent, or tell them to go see their doctor. So I think it is so important for the medically fragile, again, in our community, post-pandemic, current pandemic, and moving forward. This is definitely an asset to our community, and it's something that is so needed.
Counselor Franco?
So as I'm looking at the budget, we've increased 67 hours, and it is also, the hourly wages have increased by 6%. Is that the same reason as the schools? And is the 6% not a 10% because they're not pediatric specialists?
Yes, the reasoning is the same because it's retention of nurses, but also, again, we have a collective bargaining agreement, and, we did increase the wages for retention purposes. But the amount is less because these are intermittent settings, not like in the school where the school is there, the nurses are there for a shift, like during the day. The clinics are usually like an hour and a half length. So that's the difference.
Right, because the increase is only 6%, but the actual hourly wage is higher than the pediatric RNs. And then you're saying that's because it's like maybe more of a per diem than a shift?
Yes, it's more of a per diem service.
All right, well, thank you very much.
All right, seeing no further discussion, I'll call for a vote on call center 10842 in the amount of $42,984. Counselor Bordelon?
Aye.
Counselor Baumgarten?
Aye.
Counselor Kassiri?
Yes.
Counselor Franco?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor McBride?
Yes.
Counselor Parker?
Yes.
Counselor Westervelt?
Aye.
And Melendez is a yes. That carries 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Groton ambulance. Cost center 10843. Make a motion for $341,700.
Second, Bordelon?
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Bordelon. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for having me. I will say I'm regretting my decision to come in person because it's a little more intimidating. But I wanted to touch on one real brief thing before we get into the budget. When I met with the council, Councilor Bordelon asked why the city doesn't contribute, and I've done a little research, and it's always been the town's responsibility to provide that service. Mystic River Ambulance gets money from certain fire districts that they respond to, and that is from a long history when they were Hoxie Ambulance Service, and when they went on their own, it was almost like a subscription amount that they contributed, so it's been just continued over the time. We don't collect money from the city or West Pleasant Valley Fire District or any of the other districts, so our sole funding is from the town of Groton. So I wanted to get back to you on that, because I know you had a question on that. We have had a significant increase, as was previously discussed with the VNA, for the demographics and all the challenges that we've been facing since COVID. Every single case that you brought up for the VNA, if something happens, the ambulance is the one that transports. So as the VNA's calls go up, our calls go up. During COVID, people were furloughed and they were home. My employees didn't have that ability. We responded to every call, and we went into these people's homes, and a lot of our employees were exposed to that. Luckily, because of our practices that we put in place, we were very fortunate about not having a lot of our employees contract COVID, but that's at a cost. PPE is expensive. Our call volume continues to go up. Even during the furlough time, our increase for calls went up 18%. All the while, the state rate that we can recoup is staying the same. We don't increase our call for cost of service. That is set by people at the state level and at the federal level when it comes to Medicare, Medicaid. Medicare pays about half of $813 for a run, which is only 44% of our payer mix. Almost 3/4 of our transports are paid at a fraction of the set rate. We also found that our money coming in was a lot slower as people change and high deductible, high yield insurance plans come into play. People that haven't met their deductible are not readily paying their ambulance bill because they know it's going to go to collections, and to be honest, an ambulance bill is the last thing on their list of priority when they're trying to put food on their table and they're not working. We've seen an increase in behavioral calls, but needless to say, a lot of our calls, like was talked about with the blood pressure checks. Somebody has high blood pressure, if they can't get to the senior center, they'll call an ambulance, and an ambulance will respond, and we'll check their blood pressure, we'll check their blood sugar. We'll do what's basically a well-being check, and if we put them at ease and they don't get transported, we don't get paid for that. So we have to shoulder that cost. For us to run the ambulance, it costs us $279 an hour to have ambulances at the ready, staffed, equipped, ready to go. With the budget request, the town's contribution would be $39 an hour for that service. Overall, the public safety budget for the town, we are 3.5% of the town's budget. So every call that requires a police officer, a fire department, an ambulance, we are only 3.5% of the operating budget. So it is a tremendous bargain. We like to think that we give very professional service. We are having a problem with staff. A lot of people I'm not saying after the pandemic, but since the pandemic began, a lot of ambulance companies are having a problem recruiting people. People just don't want to be put in that predicament. AMR, which is a commercial ambulance service, they start out at $28 an hour to be an EMT with a sign-on bonus because of the fact that people don't want to do it. They don't want to put themselves in harm's way like that. So we had to increase our salaries to be somewhat competitive. There's no way we can compete with $28 an hour for an EMT with a sign-on bonus just because of our structure. And we are losing a lot of people, so our increase over the time has not only been for supplies, but it's also been for overtime because my staff is overworked, overtired, and we have to make sure that mentally they are okay. So we have programs in place for the mental well-being of my employees, and all of that costs money. One of the biggest things I know I've said before, but pre-pandemic, we could get a case of examination gloves for $200. That same case of gloves is now $400. So, and that's just a real snapshot of what our consumables in general have increased. We haven't even looked into the difference in price of fuel. I mean, we have ambulances that some are diesel, some are gas, and it's astronomical when I get our fuel bill at the end of the month. It's crazy, but you know, these are all things that we have to factor in. And the other aspect of why it went up was we found during the pandemic that we weren't having the same amount of money come in. And some insurance companies were just flat out not paying the bill. So it was a lesson learned for us, and we have built in a little bit more of a contingency fund because we're nonprofit. Whatever comes in goes out. And when you don't have the right amount of money coming in, we still have to pay our bills. So we've changed our structure a little bit. So we have a built-in contingency, and it's not enough, but it's a start. We have to start somewhere. Also, when I took over, we weren't getting hardly a lot of money from the town. I did a little research, and back in 2003, the town compensated Groton Ambulance $146,000. And the agreement back then was that it would be adjusted annually per the CPI, which is an average of 3.5% to 5%. So we are still below what the president and vice president board of directors of Groton Ambulance planned for in 2003. So although it's a large increase, and we acknowledge that, what it costs to provide the service in 2003 is pennies on the dollar compared to what it costs us today. So we are not trying to play catch up, we're just trying to keep our head above water. So basically, I mean, unfortunately, our calls have increased. We're having a harder time retaining people, and I really can't blame them for not wanting to, you know, bring these other aspects home to their family, and so I'll stop rambling.
Thank you. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you a lot for what you do for the town. Can you, in the last paragraph of the letter that you sent, you mentioned here the budget request is based on projections including some ARPA funds.
Yes.
Can you just sort of highlight what you're looking for in ARPA funds, and then how that's affecting this budget?
Well, a lot of our equipment we had to have covered by service agreements. Early on in the pandemic, we had to use approved disinfectant after every single call. And the CDC only approved certain disinfectants. They were ammonia-based, and we and the manufacturers didn't know the detriment that the ammonia would have on our equipment. All the plastics, even some of the metals, the ammonia, it just caused it to degrade a lot quicker than was expected. Something that we have which is like a power load where you put the stretcher in and it mechanically lifts up the stretcher and puts it in. Those were cracking, they were degrading. They're supposed to last 10 to 15 years, and we were getting like 5 years out of it or less, I mean, since we bought it. And of course, the manufacturer is not going to take that burden of expense on. We have to. So a lot of the ARPA funds are going to be used to hopefully replace some of the equipment that was damaged. I don't want to say damaged, but had a shorter lifespan than we had anticipated. So,
do you have a dollar amount that you're kind of looking for? You mentioned here that you'll end up having to readjust this budget based on how many funds. Is there an amount you're sort of thinking of?
We don't have a set budget yet for that particular line item. I know one of the things that's been discussed, especially at the state level, was hazard pay for first responders. I don't know if we would qualify for that because we are not part of the town. We are a separate entity. But right now, I don't know if that would change someone's mind if they want to get out of EMS and if that would be the deciding factor for them to stay in EMS. But we would have to factor in and get quotes to replace everything. And right now, we're trying to, I don't want to say put a Band-Aid on it, but we're trying to muddle through until we get.
But is there a dollar amount? I mean, your budget's $341,000. It's a 222% increase because of all the reasons that you said. If you had $100,000 from ARPA money, I mean, is there a range that you're kind of thinking of? I mean, it's just kind of a random statement.
There's not a range. We're actually in the process of trying to get a line of credit through one of the local banks for a contingency amount, and we're applying for $200,000 from them.
Okay. So that if
I would say that would be a good ballpark.
Okay.
I don't want to lock myself into something.
No, I'm not trying to lock you in. You mentioned that if your budget would be readjusted, yes, and you anticipated projections, so it's just what were the projections? So 200,000 is your
would be a
projection.
A ballpark figure, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Franco.
So what you're asking for in the budget, the increase, you're not seeing this as potentially just a one-year blip. You're probably anticipating that this may be going forward as well. Is that correct?
That is correct. Unfortunately, I don't foresee very many people wanting to jump into the back of an ambulance and help people like we used to, and the cost of service is going up and the calls for service are going up.
Right. And then as we've just had this discussion at the town council as well, we should be looking at you as like an arm of our town government in essence of it's a required service that the town has to provide to our citizens. It's not an optional, where there might be some outside services that we like, but they are optional. And I think you do present everything in our budget and what you've talked to us at the council very professionally and very in-depth. And I think you've covered a lot of topics. And as it's been discussed right here in this room today, the health care of our community is very important to all of us. And it's very hard to get people to work in this field right now on top of a lot of different fields. I mean, it's just seems to be all over the place right now. But I give you a lot of credit for all that you do and what you've done for our community. And I thank you. And I think although it is a very large increase, I think it is necessary for the safety of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. So I have a question for the town manager. So are we possibly going to allocate out ARPA funds, or they're going to apply?
Right, everyone will apply, right?
Right. So then if they apply and they got some, would we decrease this number? I mean, because this number here as it stands, I mean, the likelihood that they could apply and qualify for ARPA funds because it is a need base wouldn't be a tax burden to the town initially. I mean, to just come in and go up the amount we're going, almost 241,000, even if it's going to be something that's going to start to go up, it would make sense to not put all that burden on the taxpayer now and cover that in some avenue, in some way that we can, so it's more of a staggered approach. So that's where I'm having trouble just, all at once. I mean, when I joined, got in politics 4 years ago, was that like the requested amount was, it says it was 52,000, and now we're, up to 341. And then Mystic Ambulance is coming in only asking for 45, and they cover a large sector too. So I'm just trying to, I have to look at the outliers here, And
The hard thing to know is already on our pre-list, we have about double the amounts of what we have to spend out of ARPA dollars, and I'm sure a lot more are going to come in. So it's hard to say whether the council, the committee reviewing and the council and RTM will, which ones they're going to want to pass.
Right. I mean, it would make sense to really point that out and have a plan so that, it could cut the burden of the tax increase initially and then staggered approach the following year. With that, I'm going to move a number of $241,700. That's $100,000 off. The amount that you got last year was $105,000.
Do I hear a second?
I'm sorry, I forgot about that. Might not get a second.
Okay, I have no second.
That's okay. I'll continue my time then. The reason I'm moving that is I think that last year, the year before, we gave 105,000. I think to go to 341,000. I think cutting that down by 100,000 with the hope and anticipation that some ARPA funds could come in would take the burden off the taxpayer and kind of, because next year we're not going to have these funds every year, and so we can plan if there is going to be an actual increase in this area, but not to kind of come in, as it was stated, with like the large percent all at once. So that would be my recommendation. I mean, I do think it's a valued service. And we also do provide, Mystic has their own building, their own mortgage, they own their building. We do also provide at a very discounted rate to the town ambulance, the building for less than a couple $100 or a couple thousand a year. I think that's great, and that's a great service that we do give. So that is a cost savings towards you guys already on a yearly basis. So I do think that this would be a step in the right direction. But I didn't have a second, so I will look at my numbers here again and think of something else. Thank you.
If I could address the difference between Groton Ambulance and Mystic River Ambulance, Mystic River Ambulance does about half the amount of calls we do. They have a different setup than we do. It works for them. They are a very professional service. Are allowed to get health insurance through the town of Groton plan. We as Groton Ambulance asked for that, and we were denied. We were not allowed to do that. So that is another cost that we have to shoulder. And health insurance, as all of you are aware, is not cheap. I don't know why we were denied, but we provide that service.
They're not our health plan.
They purchase it through the town. So they get the town rates, whereas we get our small.
They're actually on our plans, though. Not enough money flows through us. So it must be like a bidding together sort of situation.
Right. They are allowed to bid. So you have more employees, so your premiums are less. We don't have the option to do that. They also have an active volunteer force, and it's a small area. They pick from the same potential pool, I guess you could say. We are a lot busier service. I'm not speaking bad about them. They come in mutual aid for us. We provide mutual aid to them. They have a totally different setup than we do. I don't know how they were able to purchase their own building. I wasn't around when they did. I know in 1979, the town saw the importance of our service and built the building for us. So it wouldn't really make sense for us to go out and buy our own building when it was provided for us by the council and the town, and they saw the importance of it, and we appreciate that. like we've spoken in the past, we've outgrown that building, but we make do with what we have, and we are at the bare bones of what we can provide. And, you know, we have a room that is maybe a little bit bigger than the size of this table that we have all of our meetings at. And, you know, it's not ideal, but we make it work, and we provide a very professional service to every taxpayer and every visitor to the town, and we're very proud of the service that we provide.
Thank you. Councilor Kassiri?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi there.
How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm well.
So I come from the public safety world, so thank you for everything that you do for our town and your staff as well. Thank you. Just to clarify, so the ARPA money you're requesting is going to be used for equipment. The $241,000 increase is for money that you've been significantly losing for the past however many years you've been losing, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. So my question with this increase, is it possible that you could use this money to incentivize maybe running an EMT course to get some new employees or to cover that cost?
We do have some certified EMS instructors through the state. The problem with running a class, number one, is the insurance that comes along with it. Number two, I would have to pay those employees overtime because they are still covering ambulances out on the road.
Right.
We do provide training to our employees. The state, in their infinite wisdom and vast knowledge, changed the certification from 3 years to 2 years. So that increased our training requirements. They've added many classes, which are justified because people need training as problems evolve. When I started in EMS, you know, we never even thought about dealing with someone who's depressed or going through alcohol withdrawal or having a manic episode. So these are all new topics that we have to train our people on, and we paid to have our instructors certified so that we could teach that. We've worked with the established instructors in the area. We have, in order to become an EMT, you have to have a certain amount of ride time. We've welcomed them into our organization. They shadow our EMTs, and we've tried to do recruiting like that. We've discussed possibly having a program at the school. I know the high school had, at one point, I don't know if they still do, had a CNA program. So we are looking at ways to try to establish something along those lines. A lot of the problems that we've seen, though, is somebody we train as an EMT in high school. Number one, the first traumatic call they go on, they're not mentally prepared to see some of the things that we see on a daily basis. And that is the deciding factor for them to say, this is not what I want to see every day. And so they don't come back. Or the ones that are really into it and really appreciate the service that we as an ambulance provider provide to them, they want more. They want to become a PA, they want to become a doctor, they want to go to nursing school. So we train these people, we get a few months of service out of them, and then they go away to college. And they'll come back during the summer months and volunteer, but a college student coming home doesn't want to be on an ambulance when they can be out at the beach partying with their friends or even sitting at home playing video games. So it's kind of a catch-22 for us. Unfortunately, it's harder and harder to get people in the medical field. And we've been very fortunate that we are able to staff our ambulances and be able to answer the call when somebody needs us, because we see people on their worst day of their life. The last thing somebody wakes up thinking is there's going to be an ambulance at my house or a fire truck at my house or a police officer at my house. And unfortunately, every one of our calls are like that. So it's hard. It's our staff is tremendous. I can't say enough good things about them. But unfortunately, that comes at a cost.
Thank you. I'm glad you're at least looking into some creative ways to retain some employees, but thank you very much.
We also do provide, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt anybody. We do also provide community services. We do standbys at the football games. We do car seat checks. We did them during COVID because a lot of the companies shut down and people are having babies. It's also a byproduct of being sequestered or, but we want to make sure our people are safe. We provide CPR training to little leagues and to neighborhoods. We've done that in the past. And all those things, come at a cost because I have to pay the employee to be there to teach, and the material for the class, there's a cost. There's a cost for the CPR cards, and we do it at no cost to the nonprofit organizations. Whatever we charge is just for our expenses. So it's not a money-making endeavor for us.
Thank you.
Councilor Bordelon?
No.
Councilor Baumgartner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good to see you as always. Really appreciative of obviously your service to our community and the Groton Ambulance, but really appreciated this dialogue because I think it's illuminated some of the structural whether it's good or bad, structural complexities of Groton government. Obviously, you provide a critical service. It's not a choice whether or not to respond. If there's an emergency and someone's hurt, you have to respond. But with that said, you're not funded like most first responder services are. Case in point, in New London, their EMS is built into their Groton. There are some paid professional services, obviously, in the city and to the Quantum Bridge Fire District, but we largely have volunteer fire services and our ambulance services, all not for profit. With that said, one cost the town doesn't have to ever see is the cost of healthcare and the cost of pensions, unfortunately, for a service that really gives so much to our community, I think it's unfortunate that you aren't entitled to those benefits, even though you work just as hard as any other public, of our public safety apparatus. So that's certainly a discussion for another day, kind of long term. How do you fix that? But I think really 341,000 is, I think pales in comparison to really what your service should be entitled to, given obviously that the population you serve does not always have the capacity to pay for the services that they're receiving from you guys and gals. My question would be maybe similar to Councilor Jones. This is likely to be an expenditure that will be built into future budgets for Groton. And my only question is, are there any things that could help defray some of the other costs that are driving those increases? You had mentioned healthcare, and I think that's something that we should maybe seek some clarity on it. If maybe the ambulance can piggyback off of the plan, or that the Mystic ambulance is a part of. But maybe if you can speak to that, or the town to about what some of the options are in the future in terms of healthcare.
Certainly.
We would be more than willing to have an open dialogue as to try to cut down on any of our costs if, excuse me, if healthcare insurance for my employees is one of them. And like I said, I did try. I did go to the town offices and see if we could piggyback on the health insurance, because it's a lot cheaper rate when you have 150 members than you have 15 members. So we are definitely open to any suggestions or having an open discussion as to ways that we could maybe piggyback on other things to move on.
So there would be significant savings if you were to make that move?
I don't know exactly what the health insurance difference would be, because we don't have those figures available to us.
Arnisha Green, the HR director, I believe she's watching, but she said she'll do some research and we'll look into it.
Excellent. And also support us utilizing ARPA funds for some of those capital projects or equipment upgrades you were speaking of, and that'll be a discussion for another day as well. And lastly, you had talked about your the building you're using. I know you've come to us a few times about that. Are things holding up well there so far?
So far, knock on wood. Excuse me. It is, we have outgrown the building, but we, when you don't have the money coming in, you can't look to increase what you have. It's, if you can't afford to pay the bills, put food on your table and pay your mortgage, you don't look to put an addition on your house. You have to prioritize things. And right now we have made adjustments to our building. It is a lot more habitable than it was in years past, mostly because of the town manager and the public works department. We were able to have an open dialogue and look at that. But that is a future expense that, it does keep me up at night sometimes, because we have outgrown the building. We have looked at other parcels of land that could improve our service to the town, and either having a substation built or add onto our current building, but there are zoning requirements that would have to be met, and we abut to the Jabez Smith house, so there's a buffer there. So we can only do so much with what we have, but we can't move on to that until we can afford to pay our employees and pay our bills and stuff like that. That would be something maybe in a 5 to 10 year plan. I don't know if I will be here as sitting here in 5 to 10 years, but we would definitely be open to having that discussion as well.
Well, don't go too far. And again, appreciate your service, and best of luck with everything moving forward.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Council Bordelon?
I guess I'm kind of confused, so I just want to, so there's no cost to have Mystic on, so Mystic's on. You guys reached out how long ago to get on to the medical insurance?
Well, first of all, Arnisha's not sure if they are. I don't know what the details are, so I'll have to look it up. But so we really can't speak to that.
So we don't even know if Mystic is on. Okay, all right, on medical insurance, if that's true or not. All right.
I reached out about 2 years ago, I think it was, and I'm not saying that they are on the plan, but they are with the group, I guess you could say. So when they negotiate their rates, they are negotiating with all of the other town employees.
Right. We're not paying for it.
They're not. The town is not paying for it.
I understand how that works. I'm just trying to understand. And they have their own building, and they pay for their own building. We provide a building, and we give it to you at a rate we require for the maintenance. So it's kind of everywhere. I'm in full support, obviously, in the emergency system. I just think as a town, we should not put this into our budget with a high $41,000 increase onto the taxpayer at a rapid rate like that. I think it should be broken out, and that was why I was trying to move another number. I may abstain from this. It's not that I'm not willing to go higher than the 105 from last year. I'm even willing to go into the 200,000, which would be, I'm looking to, raise this number 135,000, which is more than 50%. I mean, it's 100%, a 35,000. It doubled the number with another 35,000 on top of it. So I just wanted to be clear, I'm in full support. I couldn't get support to move the number I wanted, so I may abstain from the final number because I just think we're not being fiscally responsible. We need to project this. This should have come out a long time ago, and we should have started moving towards this. And with the ARPA funds coming in, there's a way we could have kind of lightened the load in this tax year and then slowly increase it. So my job is to look at numbers, and I think it's important to make sure that we're just, that's a large increase all at once, and I can respect where it's going, but we're not even sure if you'll get ARPA funding yet, when you apply. I just think there's a lot of unknown here, and I just don't feel comfortable with that large of an increase, but I would support an increase, and I appreciate all that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor McBride.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for all of your efforts. You and your staff do a terrific job. Just had a couple comment and a question. The first question, can you refresh my memory on the council's agreement with regards to the lease? I believe we decreased the lease expense for your department. Is that correct?
We came to an agreement on a lease extension. The lease expired in September of last year, and we came to an agreement to extend it for another year at $1 for a year, and we have not opened discussions as to how we move forward past September.
And the lease was only for a couple thousand a year, wasn't it? I believe very little money.
Originally, it was, the way it was discussed was for the longest time it was $1 a year, and then it went to $1,000 one year, $2,000 the next year, and then it expired, and we did not come to an agreement as to move forward. That's why we did the lease extension, so to get us through till September.
No.
Thank you for that. I wasn't sure if it was more than that. I just have an additional comment. I kind of agree with some of the thoughts. I appreciate everything you and your staff do. However, I think the increase is a little bit more substantial than what I think we should do for any department in the town. And it looks to me from last year's budget, it went from $52,976 to $105,952, which looks like the council at that time probably heard the same comments from you or someone else that it's been 19 years. They're coming and we need to increase their budget, but I think from the looks of it last year, it looks like they doubled it, so they increased your budget 100%. So I think that's a reasonable approach, and I think over time your budget would grow to where it needs to be, because I do think the over 200% increase is a little substantial. So I'd like to put a number on the floor to double that number once again this year to $211,904.
Second, borderline.
100% increase.
Can you repeat the number?
211.
904. And again, my reasoning for that is, and I think it will get you over time to where you need to be, and I think it's over than the 150,000 that Mystic Noe and Clybury is proposing. So that's my rationale. But again, I don't want to take it as appreciate everything you do. I just think we need to gradually get you to where you need to be, since you haven't had the proper increase from 2003. Thank you.
So I have a first amended number 211,904, moved by McBride, seconded by Bordelon. Councilor Bordelon.
I can respect what Councilor McBride share sentiments on that. I think that number's actually lower than what I had put on the floor. I just want to speak again. I'm not trying to defund. My number was $241,700, and I couldn't get a second on that. So I'm going to go with this one. And then that would prevent me from abstaining from the whole number, because again, as stated, I do think we have to be fiscally responsible, and a 200 and something increase is, if this is a department that wouldn't qualify under ARPA, then I would maybe be a little bit more like, oh, yes. But because this department could possibly get ARPA funding, I can't see how you'd be denied based on being a first responder unless something else, the application's late and there's state. My other question, I guess, are you applying for any grants? Do you do any outreach? And, you know, Mystic does a really good job of getting volunteers. Have you tried to implement a volunteer program? I mean, some other efforts to kind of defray that cost.
So we do have a volunteer program. As a matter of fact, I'm a volunteer. My entire executive board is volunteers. My treasurer is actually from Rhode Island. So we have tried, and we are training people as volunteers. I have a volunteer that's in training right now at my building. If we had a medical call, she would show up and she would be training. As for the amount, unfortunately, everything has gone up. We are having a problem with staffing it, and if the reduced amount of number or the reduced amount gets passed, I'm not sure that we are physically able to still provide the same level of service that we provide current day. It's unfortunate that in years past, we were at a higher amount and we were very budget conscious, and we put in for more money and it got cut to what it was, $52,000. But we can't continue to operate at a negative balance and still expect our employees to stay working for me when they could go somewhere else and do less calls, and eventually it's going to degrade the service. And I don't want to sit up here and tell you that, you know, if somebody calls 911, an ambulance won't show up, but that's the risk that we're taking here. It might take a little extra time for an ambulance to come out of Mystic River or to come from New London or Stonington or North Stonington. So when you're talking about an emergency medical incident, time is of the essence. And you only have so much time where you can make a difference. And I wouldn't feel comfortable being a resident knowing or not knowing that if I call 911, I could possibly have to wait 10, 15, even more minutes to get treatment.
My last question is, has there been any talk about expanding Mystic further?
In what regards?
Coverage. I mean, what jurisdicts the coverage for Groton versus Mystic? Because you guys are your own separate entities. So another company could come in and try to resurrect a building and a company as well, right? And provide service to the town. There's nothing saying that these would have to be the two only agencies. So my thought was, could Mystic possibly, has there been any talk to see if there's a way that they might want to cover more into the Groton side? And I mean, if they have more volunteers and they own their building and they have a great medical, you know, incentive to be on something, maybe there's some possibility that there's some services that they may be willing to provide to help if they realize that you're so strapped. So maybe there's a way to collaborate and try to take the Mystic and the Groton, and Mystic is a smaller, and Groton's got this larger. Maybe we need to. It's sometimes I think things are set up and we always say, oh, that was precedent. But have we went back and ever relooked at our lines and thought of a way to kind of possibly balance them if Mystic wanted? I think there could be some ways as we've grown. We've had more neighborhoods come up over the years. Like, have you ever looked into that?
To be honest, that would never work. Groton Ambulance responds to over 6,000 calls in our response area, and a lot of them are mutual aid to Mystic. They have a different organizational setup than we do. They do not have the same amount of crews available that we do because of the fact that there is a need. We have a mutual aid agreement with all of our neighboring ambulances to ensure that our districts are covered. A majority of the time, we are providing mutual aid because those districts don't have this amount of service or the level of service that we provide. So it's not unheard of for us to have both of our staffed ambulances outside of our own response area because we do have the coverage. Those ambulance companies, although they operate at a less amount, they have less calls. And we provide a higher level of service throughout the entire southeastern Connecticut. We do more ambulance calls than the city of New London does in our small demographic area. So it would not be possible, and it would never work where another ambulance company could come in and provide the same level of service that we provide to the residents and taxpayers and visitors of the town of Groton. If anybody ever listens to a scanner, you will hear other departments toning out to try to get a crew to respond. All that time, that person who could possibly be laying on the floor having a heart attack, they are waiting for somebody to leave their house, whatever they were doing, go to the ambulance building, pick up an ambulance, and then respond to their call. In Groton, we have 2 ambulance crews at the building ready and able to respond. So, no, it would not work. No, we have not looked at it because we are very happy with the level of service that we provide. And there are times when we need a 3rd ambulance or a 4th ambulance. We have a license for 5. We have had 5 ambulances on the road responding at one time in the past. I'm not talking bad about the other ambulance services. We utilize them as much as we can. They utilize us as much as we can. We provide more mutual aid than we receive simply because of the organizational structure that we have in place. And I am very proud to say that because if somebody in Groton calls 911, our ambulance will get there in an average of less than 8 minutes, where it can take almost 10 minutes for someone just to get to from their house to the ambulance building to pick up the ambulance. So it's at a cost, and we understand that. We understand that it's a great increase. It's not something that we wanted to do, but unfortunately, if the taxpayers call 911, they deserve to have an ambulance there within a certain amount of time. That's what they pay their taxes for. That's one of the services that we provide, and we do it very well.
My last question is, the fire departments, they have ambulances as well, correct? Or
They do not.
In the city side, they do?
They do not.
They do not, so those are all gone. So now
There are 2 ambulance providers for Groton. There's Groton Ambulance and Mystic River Ambulance. And our response districts are set by the state along with an agreement with the town.
Thank you for clarifying all that. I was just asking, like, you know, you're saying you're maxed kind of with your response, and I didn't know if adding some support, or do we need a 3rd ambulance company in this town? I mean, if you're covering the whole city, you know what I mean? Sometimes financially having another institute that budgets in a different way or is able to, we don't control your budget. You control your budget as a private entity. So what you choose to spend it is up to you, obviously. So I'm just curious: do we need a 3rd? Should there be something on the other side?
Point of order.
Checking, and if you think you need that. So, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, this is really getting outside the scope of this account.
Point of order is well taken. Please keep your comments
Sure, thank you.
to the budget of
my budget is
Groton Ambulance.
Thank you. It's to Groton Ambulance and looking at the coverage and zones that he's covering, which I think is pertinent to the budget as he's talking about levels of service needed in the areas in which he covers. So it's very pertinent to the budget as we're looking at a large increase. So I was just asking, do you think we need another substation somewhere? He also stated he outgrew his building, which is pertinent to the
Mr.
budget.
Mayor, point of
So
order.
I'm asking that as well.
Councilor's time has expired. Councilor Franco.
Excuse me, I can finish I asked a question that he didn't get to answer. Do you think you could need another building, another substation within our community?
We would welcome that. We would definitely like to cut down on our response times. However, as I stated before, we have bills that we have to pay, and we have to make do with what we have. I could come to the town council and ask for $1.3 million and try to put up another building, but it would be mass chaos in here if I did that. So we didn't do that. We are trying to keep a certain level of service and provide it to the residents and taxpayers and visitors, and we do the best with what we have, and we're very proud of the level of service that we provide. And I mean, I sit up here as the president of Groton Ambulance, and I am very proud of the employees that while people are sleeping at home, they're missing baseball games of their kids, or they're missing parent-teacher conferences. They're doing that to render aid to people that are having their worst day imaginable. So,
Thank you for your response.
thank you.
Councilor Franco.
Thank you. So actually, I did the a little math, and what you're asking for is not 3% of the budget. It's 0.25% of our full budget for this year. And also, it has been brought to my attention that other communities may have ambulance services, but they do things to the effect of where they might go to a senior center that might need a transport to a hospital, and they might say to them, you know what, check the insurance, and if they can't pay for it, we're not taking them. Is that what you do?
We do not. We don't determine our basis for transport based on any insurance. We don't ask people if they have insurance. We don't care if they have insurance or don't. We provide the same level of care to someone who has an HMO, to someone who is on state aid, to someone who has no insurance whatsoever. That is not for my EMTs to worry about. That is for me to lose sleep on when I see the money coming in and going out. That is by no means any basis for any treatment or transport whatsoever.
Okay, so you're just taking care of our community, and you're not worrying so much about, not that you're not worrying, but you don't take in consideration your bottom line when you're going to transport somebody from, you know, an elderly person, to make sure that they have the right insurance before you take them to the hospital.
We don't. We're not legally allowed to refuse care if somebody has or doesn't have insurance.
For a transport?
For a transport, for any transport. A commercial ambulance service, prior to picking up somebody and moving them, they contact the insurance company and get prior authorization. As an emergency service, we are not allowed to do that. So if I transport John Doe, who is homeless and doesn't have any insurance, he gets the same amount of care and the same level of care as if someone, dispensable money. So
if there's ever talk of wanting to bring in another company into Groton, that would be a commercial type of ambulance, is that correct? Because you are our local emergency response.
I imagine it would be. That happened in Ledyard because they were having such a problem where their Ledyard ambulance was unable to answer the calls, and they brought in American Ambulance at a cost of a lot higher than what we are requesting. So is it possible? Yes, anything is possible. Would it be fiscally responsible? Absolutely not.
Right. And
I was just going to add on to that, Mike.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, we've looked at it before. You can only open those up when you're not getting appropriate level of service. You can't open them up basically for any other reason.
Okay.
It's a really involved process.
Right. So in order for
there's a point of order.
What's your point
I have
of order?
a counselor is speaking as I have the floor.
I was just asking the mayor.
I have the floor.
The manager spoke. I wanted to know what open it up meant.
Okay, so you can make a point of information, then the person who has the floor can...
Point of information on the word open it up. I just want to clarify that.
So Councilor Franco has the opportunity to yield the floor to you or not?
No, I'm going to continue.
Okay.
So I'm hearing some people say there's almost like a $200,000 increase, And as I have stated before, I think of you now as an arm of our government, and it's a service that we must supply to our community. So we just passed the VNAs, who basically combined to have a $200,000 increase, additional hours, and they also are looking at the same issues you are looking at. But you know what? For them, it was sort of okay. But for you, there seems to be quite a bit of pushback here, and I'm not understanding it because you service not just like the seniors or the children, you service our whole community, right at their home. Like, you go to them. So I'm not understanding why there's such pushback. I get that over the past few years there has been an increase, but now that I think as me personally as a counselor, that I understand the services and how it relates to our requirement as a community and as a council that we must provide this public safety to our community, I think we probably should have been increasing it quite some time ago. And I do apologize for that, back when you were getting $52,000 a year. And I also think the pandemic and the state of our country and the way people are working or not working at this time has put quite an impact on you. And I appreciate it, and I honestly can, and I'm sort of surprised that you're getting so much pushback. And I thank you for your service.
Thank you, Councilor Kassiri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for briefly touching on the difference between your service and commercial ambulances, because I wanted to go into that a little bit. The reason why I brought up you perhaps offering to do an EMT class is because commercial ambulance services do offer that service. They do allow you to take an EMT class and pay for it, and then they'll retain you, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're a service, and you can't afford to do that at this time. And commercial ambulance services also can pay the higher rates, correct?
They get prior authorization, so all of their transports are at the highest amount possible for them to bill.
Got it. So with this cut, would you be able to be in a comparable salary to those commercial ambulances?
Not even close.
Great. Thank you very much.
Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of this increase is, I think, also the result of what has happened in our healthcare over the last 2 years. I mean, we didn't have COVID 2 years ago, and the rules have changed tremendously on what your requirements are, and what your needs are, and what you have to do. Is that fairly accurate?
That is 100% accurate.
So even though it looks like a large increase to the budget, it's a large increase based on an enormous change in our healthcare system that is causing you to do all of these things. So.
And unfortunately, we don't have any representation at the state capitol or the federal level where we can advocate for ourselves.
So is it almost like the government hasn't caught up yet to what the current medical situation would be?
Yes.
Can you just elaborate a little bit on if this number passed, just what that would mean, sort of in your reducing your service? You would have to reduce your service, and is it less hours, more response time? What would that mean?
It would be less staffed ambulances available for emergencies because we would not have the ability to man the ambulances and have them at the ready at our building or within our district, ready to respond on a moment's notice.
So our residents would definitely feel the effect of having a reduced number in their medical care and emergency and survival in life and things like that.
It would be blatantly obvious to the most casual observer.
Okay, all right. Thank you, and I'm comfortable with the original number on the floor. I will be voting for that. So thank you, and thank you very much for answering all the questions.
Would you like me to respond of the difference of opening up the response area?
I found it. I found it.
Yeah, I think I don't see any other discussion, so I think councilors are prepared to vote. So we will first vote on the first amended number of $211,904. Councilor Bordelon.
Aye.
Councilor Baumgartner.
No.
Councilor Kassiri.
No.
Councilor Franco.
No.
Councilor Jones.
No.
Councilor McBride.
Yes.
Councilor Parker.
No.
Counselor Westervelt.
Nay.
And Melendez is a no, so that fails. 2 in favor, Bordelon, McBride, and 7 opposed. We are now back to our main motion, $341,700. See no discussion. Counselor Bordelon,
I'm going to abstain.
Counselor Baumgartner,
Yes.
Counselor Kassiri,
Yes.
Counselor Franco,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor McBride,
Abstain.
Counselor Parker,
Yes.
Counselor Westervelt,
Aye.
and Melendez is a yes. That carries 7 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 abstaining. Bordelon, McBride. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Mr. Mayor, may we have a 5-minute recess?
Yes, we'll be back at 11.
Actually, I would like a
1:60.
longer one because I need to grab something to eat.
Okay.
I can agree with how long are we going?
I don't know. I need to run down to the store and grab some food.
Okay.
Food with me.
We'll be back at 1:30.
Thank you.
back from recess at 1:42. And I've had a request to, so next on our agenda would be account 10845, which usually takes some time. So I've had a request to move that to the bottom, and I will be doing that. So next we'll be moving to 10847, marine sewage. Marine sewage.
I'll make a motion to move the number of $19,980.
Second, Westervelt.
Moved by Baumgartner, seconded by Westervelt. Welcome.
Thank you. I can answer any questions.
All right. Any questions from the council? Council Bordelon?
Thank you. Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Remember you from years past. I know
yeah.
there was definitely from the RTM time, and then coming out to the council, there were questions about the funding being equal from Stonington to Groton.
Yep.
Is there any, and once again, I'm just looking back at old notes. And
There's definitely improvement.
Okay.
We ask for the same that you guys give to us. We ask from Stonington. Last year, they gave us $10,000, which has been consistent for 2 years now. So you never know what they're going to do. We do ask for the same amount of money.
And what's their reasoning for not wanting to increase the funding?
That I can't answer that question. I don't know their reason. Unfortunately, it's a little bit more difficult the way their process works. So I don't really get an answer. This year, I'm going to try to go back to the first selectman and speak with her, have a meeting personally with her again, and try to get some more information. But at this point, I don't have a reason of why they cut it back.
Is there ever any meetings with our town manager and the first selectman to collaborate and talk about before the budget ever? Do you ever take that opportunity before the manager puts out his budget to kind of see, like, kind of go over what the numbers are, how many boats are being serviced for the Stonington and the Groton side, Groton Mystic side, and seeing if maybe there's, a chance to kind of,
No, we don't.
Okay.
It's just such a small number that it's,
Well, thank you again for coming out.
All right, I'm not seeing any other discussion. So I'll call for a vote on cost center 10847 in the amount of $19,980.
Aye.
Councilor Bordelon?
Aye.
Councilor Baumgartner?
Yes.
Councilor Kassiri?
Yes.
Councilor Franco?
Yes.
Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor McBride?
Yes.
Councilor Parker?
Yes.
Councilor Westervelt?
Aye.
And Melendez is a yes. That carries 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for your reference, last year we did 259,500 gallons of sewage out of the Mystic River.
Thank you.
So.
Sure. Next to Mystic River Ambulance. I don't think we have anybody.
Yeah, we do. John Wilson, I believe, was going to, yeah, there he is. And we did determine, okay, cool. And our nation did determine they do get health insurance for their paid employees through the town, but they pay for it at the town. Well, very cool. We charge them for it.
We're contracted.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that. 10848. I'll make a motion for $45,000.
Second, Bordelon.
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Bordelon. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, councilors. We're here from Mystic River Ambulance.
John Wilson is our treasurer. I'm serving as the vice president now. Our president is at Groton Emergency Dispatch right now, working a day of his vacation that he wasn't allowed to take. The staffing situation up there. What I'd like to do is give an overview of our model, the way we operate, the way we use our funding, and so on. And then we've seen some questions come up recently that we should probably address right at the beginning. We are primarily volunteers. We're managed by a board of directors who are all volunteer EMTs. The service, the active service is primarily volunteers. We do, during the weekday times, have paid employees. We have a total of 5 paid people full-time, and then we use per diems to cover the differences. We sometimes have to move per diem people or full-time people into a weekend to cover things, but that's not usual. And vice versa sometimes. We have volunteers coming during the work. We try not to mix staffs between employees and our volunteers. Our overall funding model, the way we look at things informally, we're not cost centers, but we look at our operations, which includes our personnel, fuel, paper towels, all the variable costs of operations are covered by our billing for service to our customers. Occasionally, second part of it, occasionally we see a need for upgrade and significant equipment. We had the power load for our stretchers, our power stretchers, Lucas CPR machine, and we sometimes, not in a couple of years, will go out as a community contributions drive to see if we can raise the money for that. But the reason we're here is we rely on the towns, Groton for the east side of Groton, and we serve the west side of Stonington, so from the 2 towns. We look to you all for the primary enabler for us to open shop and run business. That is our buildings, our grounds, the ambulances, the big ticket capital items that would not fit into a model paid for by billing. So that's why we're here today. And you can see this we've asked for what looks like to Groton budget, an increase from $38,500 to $45,000. We did receive a total of $50,000 last year, $12,500 of it being from the extended funds, the ARP funds, I think. So that's where we are. So we're managing to a decreased number this year, but it would look in your books, I'm sure, as an increase from the $38,500. We added a full-time employee this year. We are paying a little more in stipend to our volunteer EMTs. On the other side, our materials cost for medical supplies has gone down somewhat, but we're tempering the decrease, planning ahead for that, because we don't know what this COVID thing is going to do. We've seen it dwell, but now, the news in the last week or so might show otherwise. So that's where we are, and we'd be glad to answer questions you have. I think John wanted to speak to some earlier questions.
Sorry. Normally you pick it up. I served on the RTM. I remember these microphones. Thank you for having us and the opportunity to explain, what it is our ask is for. The model that Ray was describing, we are a hybrid. So we have 5 full-time employees. We have about a dozen per diem employees, and then the rest, about 30-odd, are volunteers, which all of our leadership are volunteers. The big ticket things that we're looking for that we need help with, as Councilor Bordelon pointed out earlier, we do own and maintain our own building. We took a mortgage out to add to our building, so that we added an additional bunk room and increased operating areas so that we could do classes. We do host EMT classes. The classes that we do host, the instructor, which is normally one of our members, one of our volunteers, is paid for by the tuition paid for by the students. So we don't pay our instructors. And a benefit that we have from that is that sometimes we get a seat in the class and for some of our members, and we often get members joining from the classes. So it is a big benefit for us to continue hosting those classes there in-house. We are looking at, and we are on the list for 2 chassis to replace 2 of our older ambulances. And hopefully sometime in the next year and a half, we will get them, be able to stock them and replace 2 of our oldest machines. One of the questions that was brought up before to Groton Ambulance was about the reimbursement rates, and it's something that we feel strongly about, is that we don't control the area that we work in. We do ask for assistance from both Stonington for the Stonington side of Mystic and Groton for the Groton side, but because of we don't set our own rates for what we can charge and what we receive, we're kind of at the mercy of guessing what our budget's going to be. We have worked at a deficit for the last couple of years, in the fact that we have not been able to receive as much of a reimbursement from insurances as we'd like. But as Councilor Franco pointed out, we do not turn down a call. If we are dispatched for an emergency call, we will transport if we're able to. If we do show up onto a scene and a patient does not want to go, we can't force them. And by virtue of the fact that we don't transport, we don't charge them. So that's kind of how we are. And we welcome your questions.
Thank you. Councilor Bordelon?
Thank you. I appreciate you giving such great detail, and appreciate all the hard work you do. For this budget, I mean, it looks like actually from the writing here, it looks more like a decrease. I just want to ask the town manager, so last year they got 50, requested 50 and got 50,000.
I believe so, right? Yes.
And so this is down by 5,000.
We actually requested 38.5, and the additional funds came from the ARPA, I guess it was.
We did not pass any ARPA funds on to you. That was just part of our budget.
But we requested
requested
38.5 from both Stonington and Groton.
I think it was just upped by the council.
We moved it up, yeah.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so.
But had we known that, we would have probably asked for 50 instead of 45.
Yeah. So with that, then, I'd like to move a number of 50,000 to keep them. I mean, we just approved a huge budget over there, and if that's the case of a misunderstanding, I think these guys.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
I would like to keep them at least at level budget on that. I think that, as everyone stated here, they're coming in below, and this 5,000 would keep them at, and maybe offset some of those costs that you guys are enduring. And I appreciate all your work.
Thank you.
So I have a motion of 50,000 by Councilor Bordelon, seconded by Councilor Baumgartner. Any discussion? Councilor Baumgartner?
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Wilson, for coming out and answering some of those questions. And I'm sorry, I missed your last name, sir.
Ray Munn.
Munn. Okay, good to see you, Mr. Munn. I'll be supporting this motion. Obviously, it would be in line with your request last year, or actually, not your initial request, but the approved amount for last year. You'd explained that you've been operating at a deficit for the last few years. How sizable?
How do we do that?
Yeah.
How are we here today?
Yeah.
Well, we don't have any contingency fund, but we contribute every year a sizable amount to our ambulance fund. And where we come up short in deficit, that's what takes the hit. So we don't contribute as much each year as we would like to in an ideal world. We are okay with that, and as John mentioned, we are on schedule for buying 2 ambulances within the next 2 years, or upgrading to 2 new ambulances over the next 2 years. And we will make that with contributions we can make and what we have now in the balance in that account. It's a sinking fund. That money is separate. And so we'll make it that way. And that's been our model for several years.
And on average, how much does a new ambulance cost?
You can get the little guy or the big guy. The sprinters that we have one of now.
Yeah.
The prices just increased a little bit to $130,000. A full box ambulance new is about $240,000. So there's a big difference. We don't want to go, I don't think, we want to go to all sprinters for just money-saving reasons. We need the size of a box ambulance in some cases where we have, a significant case, an EMT, maybe an observer, and a paramedic on board for a major call. And then it gets tight in there in a sprinter for that kind of a call.
And can you speak to the healthcare piece? The healthcare piece?
Yes. We were trying to decide when that happened, but it was many years ago that we were able to, as Mr. Burt mentioned, not get funded by the town for health insurance, but we ride on their experience, insurance experience. And so we can get that lower rate. Lower compared to what? We don't know what that would be on the open market. We don't know what Groton Ambulance pays on the open market. So the comparison I can't give you, but
just in terms of what your operation, that is a savings for.
It's a significant savings.
Yes.
It's a pass-through for the town, but it's a significant savings because, again, we only have 5 employees that we pay health insurance for. So to go out and get a policy just for 5 employees would be significant.
I think that's amazing, and certainly I think should be a
It's
model.
absolutely great.
Yeah.
We appreciate the opportunity to be able to continue doing that with the town.
And I'm wondering, we have some other outside agencies here too. I'd be curious if there could be some pooling. But again, maybe a story for another day. But I'm sure a lot of other organizations would love to jump at that. And I'm very glad that you do have that opportunity and hope that continues. Obviously, we've been going back and forth on a few numbers and certainly support the amended number on the floor. But, do you feel like that is sufficient with the, for this budget cycle, the $50,000 that has been proposed? And please be honest.
As the treasurer, I would love to be able to ask for twice that much. But because of the way that we handle the variations in the revenue that we get every year, we can live with what we get. There have been years, and some of the counselors may remember from RTM days or just in the Groton town watching the live stream on Channel 2, you can tell when there's discussion of zeroing out our line item and how would we be able to survive. And to be quite honest, and it's probably the worst thing for a treasurer to say, is we would survive. We'd make it work. It would be difficult. We wouldn't be able to look towards replacing ambulances every 15 years. God help us. But we would be able to do what we need to do. We do sincerely appreciate what we do receive from the 2 communities. And by the 2 communities, we do get about an equal half of what we need from Stonington.
So you'd be okay with 50,000, but you said 100,000 would be ideal?
As a treasurer, I would love to be able to say 100,000 would be ideal, but we know that fiscally it's not the right ask. So certainly. To go into a little bit more about how the service works, we estimate on an average loss of about $500,000 to $750,000 a year on what we are not allowed to bill. So if we could get more into our budget, absolutely, we would ask for it, but again, it just wouldn't be the right thing to do right now.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Kassiri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi there, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Munn. Said that you are using these funds to offset potential costs for a CLMRN radio.
Yes, ma'am.
And for parking lot paving?
Yes.
About how much are those radios?
So we're looking at purchasing 2 radios. This is the new state radio system that's going into place. We're looking at purchasing 2 out of this budget for $20,000.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And the driveway paving, we just got a little bad news the other night, but the initial estimate was at $70,000. And so between what Groton can provide, we're asking, and what Stonington can provide, that would give us enough money to cover those 2 infrastructure costs, if you will. Those are the major kind of items that enable us to provide the service EMS to Groton and Stonington. And that's in the funding model that I mentioned, that's how we work. That's how we request money from you all for those kinds of things, those major things.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilor Bordelon?
Again, thank you. Have you guys thought about applying for any ARPA funds or planning to apply?
During COVID, we did apply for and we received a grant for PPP funds to help with the cost of salaries. We just recently were notified that of the $70,000 that we received, they approved half of it, so we're having to pay as we did operate completely during the fabled 2021 years. But yes, we have applied and we are continuing to look for any opportunities for outside funding.
Will we be reaching out, John?
We're going to have ARPA funds that we'll be distributing to, that you can apply to.
Yes,
in the next few weeks.
we are in the process of drafting the paperwork for that.
That's great.
Reason. Thank
Perfect.
you.
Again, I appreciate this, and like you said, if you had to zero it out, you're still going to provide the same level of service, you'd make it work. And that, to me, tells me the dedication and volunteers and everything that you guys have, so that's huge. I just appreciate, pretty precise, and your budget always, I looked back at some older budget books, always comes in very steady and you're very focused, and I really do appreciate, the time and effort you guys do put in. Again, thank you.
Thank you. I have big shoes to fill. Sadly, with the passing of Frank Sosha, who was our treasurer for many, many, many years, I have large shoes to fill.
Councilor Franco?
Thank you. So I hear that what you're saying is you're going to, with our funding, that you would repave some driveway and such as that. So, and I don't want to compare you to another agency, but in essence, you see 20% less than what Groton does, and they're basically saying that they need the money to actually provide service to our community. So it's been suggested here that we increase your money that you didn't ask for, but it's not actually going to be used to provide service to the community. It wouldn't impact your function to actually service our community if you didn't get that $5,000. Is that correct?
Actually, it would, and simply the fact is that the driveway is in...
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
Counselor is talking while I'm asking questions.
I ask the councilors only speak when they have the floor. Councilor Franco, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you. It would impact our operations in the fact that we are in need of repairing the driveway, and we have been putting funds away and so forth towards that. But if the driveway were to be a catastrophic failure, we would not be able to get a vehicle out. So that would impact our service. In that line, something else would have to take a back seat to either replenishment, replacement, repair in order to do that.
Okay, understood. And but it. And how is your issue with staffing? How are you doing with your staffing? Are you being able to fully staff while we're coming out of the COVID era, I guess we're in,
We're on the edge, actually, especially with the volunteers. We have the luxury of most every month we see some new folks coming in to apply. Now, they come in, apply, and get accepted, and several of them attrit very soon, within months. And so it's a big turnover. We do manage it. We maintain our idea, our goal is to have 2 crews on at all times. And the full-time staff with the per diems cover the weekdays, as I mentioned, and we use the volunteers overnights and on weekends with some modifications of that in the summer. But so we're able to do that most every day, and most volunteer shifts are filled with 2 crews. But we always have, at the other end of a pager, another person ready to respond. If, for example, we have 3 people on overnight tonight, there's a 4th person can be called and respond from the pager.
And just curious, do you have a large population that have Medicaid and Medicare?
Yes, we do. We've got a number of the assisted living and elderly housing facilities in our primary service area.
All right. Thank you so
Both
much.
towns.
Counselor Baumgartner?
Yes, I would strongly encourage you folks to submit that request for the radios to the town should you apply for some of those ARPA funds.
We do have a grant that we're requesting through the state and the Connecticut Fire Chiefs Association. So, I mean, we are looking for other avenues as well, not just local, for funding to help offset the costs.
And so those are the two principal kind of capital projects on the horizon?
The radios, the pavement, and the ambulances. Yes.
Is there anything else? Just those?
Actually, no. We're in actually very good shape and so forth, because we were able to make sure that as the equipment, the Lucases, the AEDs, the power lifts, and so forth, we try to maintain their service lives as long as absolutely possible. And then we try to do that in sections or portions so that it's not a big hit all at once.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When Groton Utilities has talked, Groton Ambulance has talked to us, they've talked a lot about the supplies and the equipment and the escalating costs of all that stuff. Have you also had that same experience? Some of the material costs, the gloves, the masks, and all the other things you do, have they skyrocketed on you?
Yes, sir. And part of the issue was not necessarily as much as the cost; it was the availability. You know, there were times that our normal sources of PPE and equipment we couldn't get, so we were having to go to Amazon and go to other suppliers at a higher cost. So yes, we were experiencing the same things.
So basically the same issues that they have, you've had?
Somewhat, yes.
Somewhat the same. And you do about a third of the number of runs that they do, is that correct?
More than that. Our call volume in the most recent reporting year was about 2,400 calls. They reported 6,000. We are normally up just a little under 3,000, and we have broken 3,000 on occasion. So we're a little more than a third of theirs, but probably not half.
Okay. All right.
And it is split between the two towns.
Stonington, and which town do you spend more time in?
Groton.
Groton. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Slightly, yeah.
All right. See no other discussion. I'll call for a vote on the first amended number, which is $50,000. Counselor Bordelon?
Aye.
Counselor Baumgartner?
Yes.
Counselor Kasiri?
Yes.
Counselor Franco?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor McBride?
Yes.
Counselor Parker?
Yes.
Counselor Westervelt?
Aye.
And Melendez is a yes. That's 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you so very, very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
You as well.
Okay, now we're on to Mystic Noank Library. 10849. I'll make a motion for $150,000.
Second, Westervelt.
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Westervelt. And we have Chris Bradley here from the library. Welcome.
Can I move this? Yeah. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Should I start by, how should I start?
Sure, you can just give a little overview of what goes into the donation that we give.
Okay, great. We did ask for an increase this year. You probably noticed. We've been flat the past 3 years at 115. And when I've only been at the library almost a year and a half. So I started looking at the contribution from Groton. And I don't know why this was, but I went back about 12 years, and at one point we were at $200,000 from Groton. and it zigzagged, but mostly zagged down over the years until we've had this flat amount. So that's not what we need from Groton. And so one of the thoughts with the increase was to start to get that amount up to where it should be. And the other reason for the increase is our library is not alone in this. Excuse me, we had a lot. And the funny thing is, they're continuing. And one of the things is downloadable books, ebooks and audio books, movies, music. So people got into this during the pandemic because they weren't willing to come into the library. And we also offered tech help, which was of good use to especially seniors. So people would make an appointment and he would walk them through how to actually download this stuff onto their particular device. So we gained a lot of users of those materials during the pandemic, to the point where I was quite shocked when I saw our calendar year 21 statistics. We circulated about 31,000 physical items, but 10,000 downloads. And I've never seen the download piece of the circulation get that close to the physical piece. It's certainly been growing, but really you can see where people are taking advantage of it. And these materials are expensive, and we have to continue with the print materials for the part of the population who does that. So there's that. The other thing is the programs. It's just like we have here. I was noticing with the hybrid meeting, people like hybrid meetings. We needed them during the pandemic, but now I see where people like that option. And we live in a cold climate. I don't think people are going to start demanding in-person only anytime soon. So we've done a lot of programming online for that reason, and it continues. So our library is primarily serving families with young children and seniors. And so both of those are heavy users of the programming. And so those costs have gone up. The other thing I wanted to mention, and it doesn't affect the budget so much, but the Wi-Fi. We have Wi-Fi through a program called CEN, and I believe this is where Groton Public has it too. This is one of the state programs we can be proud of. It's a very reasonable cost, and it's excellent. So we had, in our small library, we had 25,000 uses of Wi-Fi over the last year. And I think a lot of that was the pandemic because people could use it from outside. So that's the reason for the increase, part to start getting more support from Groton. We are also supported by Stonington, but our usage in library cards, we have about 5,500 library cards, and it's about 60-40 Groton-Stonington. And of course, Groton is a larger community than Stonington also, but our use is 60-40. And Stonington, the last 3 years, has given us 111. So we need to up that contribution. We'd like to get to like 300,000 from the towns. And so we're asking Groton because of that disparity. So.
Thank you. Councilor Kassiri?
Hi.
I am one of your families that has small children.
Good.
Frequents your library very often. We love the cats and upstairs.
I didn't mention the cats, but I should have. Yeah.
My children are a big fan of the cats.
That's great.
How much will you actually be asking for from Stonington?
Oh yes, Stonington, we kept that level. I actually wanted to ask for an increase, but in Stonington, I'll tell you what they do because it's a little bit similar. They also support 3 libraries, as does Groton. So they came up with a formula a couple of years ago. The Stonington Free Library, who only gets money from Stonington, they get 50% of the library pot. We get 25%, and sounds funny, Westerly Public Library gets 25%, but because they serve the citizens of Pawcatuck, because they're right next door to Westerly. And so that's how it works. So I think I was going to ask for an increase, but it's a modest, I don't know, maybe 125 or something. But because they established this formula, they wanted to abide by it, and so they prevailed on us to just keep it flat the way the other two libraries were. And it's good. But what we did get from Stonington, which is interesting, they already distributed the ARPA money there, so they gave $40,000 for the 3 libraries, and so by that formula, we got $10,000. And then we just, for the first time, got SIP capital improvement money from Stonington to do a project of a dehumidification project in the basement. So we did get some additional money from them, but operating stayed flat for Stonington at 111.
I'm sorry, can I just have that percentage again from them for you?
Sure. It's 50% to Stonington Free, 25% to Mystic Noank, and 25% to Westerly.
Will you be requesting any ARPA money from us?
Yes, we do look forward to doing that. And we had the new coordinator came out with Paige Franck and looked. If I could take the time to tell you about this project we're hopeful about, is Library Park. Because one of the other things that happened during the pandemic, in addition to the increase in online stuff, was the use of the outside space, and especially for children's programs. Because remember, early on, the kids weren't vaccinated. You didn't want to be in the children's room. So our wonderful Roberta Donahue, who's been the children's librarian there for years, set up a whole row of picnic tables on the one flat spot we have to do outdoor craft programs. We did story times outdoors and really pushed in the music programs were outdoors even for older people. So that was another pandemic thing that really in a way led us to appreciate that outdoor space. So we've already raised, I think it's $79,000 and we signed with Kent Frost to do a master plan for what we're calling Library Park. And it's improving the area around the library. I mean, it's very beautiful, but it's a very steep incline, so a lot of the spaces aren't accessible, and we have a deteriorating building on the property that's got to come down to make more space. So that's like our look to the future is the outdoors. But I think for all of us, I think COVID really brought out an appreciation of outdoor spaces and how they can be used more than just a couple of months.
So the increase that you're asking for, I'm sorry, my mic is working. The increase that you're asking for is to offset your costs. It's not money that we should be using for ARPA or anything.
No, that's all operations. And like I say, it's mostly involved in the materials of books, electronic books and all, and programming expenses. So it's soft.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Councilor Bordelon?
Thank you. Thank you for coming out and explaining your budget. I do appreciate your library. Utilized it growing up on High Street in Mystic, so
yeah.
It's one of my favorite places to walk to. So I spend a lot of time upstairs.
Yeah,
so it's
that's
a
a beauty.
Looking at this, what other funds do you guys tap into besides what you get from Stonington?
Yeah.
How do you generate and make up the loose ends?
Sure. It's very interesting. It's roughly, you would say, one-third, one-third, one-third. So the budget is about, the 23 budget, we're estimating about $930, okay? So we look to see if we can get $300,000 from the towns, $300,000 from our endowment. We use 5% of the endowment every year. So, and of course, that's going down a little bit now as everyone's investments, but we're looking in 23 to get $300,000. We'd like to get $300,000 from the annual fundraising. We've got to improve that. And that would be all your grants, the annual appeal, which I know you contribute to, and gifts and memorials, other fundraising that is on an annual basis. So that's kind of the ideal, to keep things going the way they have been without, like I say, the only real expansion would be looking to see if we can develop this library park, and that's really separate. The other thing that I might mention too, it's funny, I always think about Groton being blessed by these libraries, because in other towns and cities, they have branch libraries, which are paid for all by the municipality. So you have a beautiful main library, gorgeous, a city department, and these two beautiful places, Bill and Mystic Noang. And you support us both by contributions, but it's also the maintenance of the building. And you've seen our building. That's the treasure, but it's also so expensive. Some years ago, the Ames family made us a recipient of their trust. And that money, wisely, can only be used in the old building. So that big chimney project that we had, and we've got a couple of other things coming up. So we can tap that trust for the expenses of maintaining the old building, and that helps a lot.
So my question would be, I can appreciate that you want to increase and start to kind of go up over time.
Yeah.
But looking at numbers here, if I moved a number of 130,000, which would still be 15,000 increase, you'd be able to operate where you were without any loss.
Yes, we would. Our real goal is to, like say, get it moving, back up.
And I respect that.
Yeah.
And the budgets that I've worked with, just in the medical field, our ask is always higher because we know we're gonna get a downfall. I mean, it's not always, you don't always get what you request. So with that, I'd like to move a number of 130,000. I fully support the libraries. This is a 15.
Do I have a second?
Sorry, I always do that. Oh, I don't get a second.
McBride seconds.
I have a motion of $130,000 by Councilor Bordelon, seconded by Councilor McBride.
Sorry, I always want to continue. I always forget that I got to pause and wait for that second, so my apologies. This would still be increasing. We're not flat budgeting you, but we're seeing where you're going, and I always like that. I think it's important when looking at the budget that we see the increase and we can kind of see where you're trying to go over the next year.
Right.
I think sometimes when you propose an increase, it gives us a prediction of where we're trying to get to and moving forward. I also could support another number as well, but I think this is a good starting point. I heard your concerns. I'm happy that you have these other things that you can tap into. Hopefully fundraising will increase this year now that folks can be back together. You're going to apply for our ARPA funds and do the application. That will hopefully fill in the other bit of the gap and that we weren't expecting under normal years. And then next year we'll relook at that. But I hope this number, shows that I support libraries, but I'm also looking at the fiscally responsible of the taxpayers.
I understand.
All right, so I'll take a moment to speak here. I have a question. Did you say that it was 60-40 Groton to Stonington?
Yes, card holders. Yeah.
Okay. So, and you said that you were requesting 115 from Stonington?
111.
111 from Stonington,
yeah.
okay. So, just doing a little math here. 150,000 divided by 261,000, which is the amount that they're getting from both towns, is 57%. So at the $150,000 rate, we are getting 60% of the services, funding 50% of the town funds. So I think that at the 150,000 rate, we're still getting more bang for our buck than the town of Stonington. The other thing I would say is organizations like these libraries who work off of an endowment, when they can sustain lots of times long periods of less funding, like they have been for the last few years. They've been funded at a level that's probably half of what they were funded previously. But what that does is, a lot of times, is it makes them dip into their endowment. And you get a lot of short-term gain for, this year's budget. You cut 30, 40,000, but what it does is it jeopardizes the long-term sustainability of the library. So I think that it's sort of like being penny wise, pound foolish. You want them to have that endowment there because that endowment grows, and that will, large part that they ask such little is because they use the profits from that to run, the library. So I think that we should sort of fund this library at an appropriate level, and also be cognizant of the fact that we want to protect that endowment so that the Bill Memorial Library is not only here now, but also here in 100 years. So that's all I have to say. Councilor Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're using the Ames Family Trust. What do you get from them?
Oh, it depends. This year, we're predicting 60,000. We try to predict what it will be because it's done a little differently.
And that's the Ames of Easton, Massachusetts? The Ames family?
I don't know. I know that they were big patrons of the library.
Right.
The Mr. and Mrs. Ames.
I grew up in Easton, and the Ames family, all the public buildings in Easton are the Ames family buildings, and including the library and all of the, we grew up in all of their buildings, the huge benefactor to the town.
It's really safe, especially with that 1893 building, and they were so wise to limit the expenses to the original building.
They were big supporters of H.H. Richardson in all of his architecture.
Okay.
It's just, it's not a name I hear very often, so but I have a lot of familiarity with it.
No, it's really been a wonderful gift.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other discussion, I'll call for a vote on the first amended number of 130,000. Councilor Bordelon?
Aye.
Councilor Baumgartner?
No.
Councilor Kassiri?
No.
Councilor Franco?
No.
Councilor Jones?
No.
Councilor McBride?
Yes.
Councilor Parker?
Trying to text. Well, Councilor Parker, could you put that, if you hear me, put that in, she's having trouble, put it in a chat rather than just she just texted no, but I guess the Freedom of Information Act Commission said it'd be fine under chat, so it's probably fine under text as long as I say it's from Juliet Parker, she says no.
Okay. No. Councilor Westervelt?
No.
And Melendez is a no. That fails. 2 in favor, Bordelon. McBride, 7 opposed. So we are back to our main motion, 150,000. Councilor Bordelon?
Yes.
Councilor Baumgartner?
Yes.
Councilor Kassiri?
Yes.
Councilor Franco?
Yes.
Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor McBride?
Abstain.
Councilor Parker?
Yes, sorry about that. It was computer glitch. I'm a yes.
Thank you. Councilor Westervelt?
Yes.
And Melendez is a yes. That carries 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstaining. McBride. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Thank you.
So we are now on to Bill Memorial Library. And that's account 10849A. I make a motion for $35,000.
Second.
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Bordelon.
Excuse me, when we got our book, the budget book, it didn't include any information about Bill Memorial Library. And I prepared a package, and unfortunately, I found out you included it in their book. So I'm giving you some paper where it was really unnecessary, but I added 2 pages that I'll refer to directly from this package.
Thank you.
But it's the same thing you already have.
Thank you.
I apologize, but it'll help.
While he's doing that, I'll just get started. I just wanted to fill you in a little bit about what's been going on at the Bill Memorial Library. First, I wanted to say we're proud of the fact that we kept all our staff working their full hours throughout the pandemic. There were no layoffs and no decreased hours. Throughout the pandemic, we offered 24-hour Wi-Fi access, as well as contact-free printing, faxing, and copying, with the exception of the 2 weeks when we were completely closed because, and we all worked from home, but we refinished our floors. So we were unable to be in the building at that time. We also offered special hours for older adults and immunocompromised individuals, so that they would feel more comfortable coming into our building. I wanted to mention our program attendance, fortunately, has returned to pre-pandemic levels, and our children's programming has actually exceeded pre-pandemic levels, and that's in your packet. You can see that we're definitely on the upswing when most other libraries are still kind of heading in the downward direction. So we're very proud of that. We've been using our outdoor space. In fact, in 2 weeks, we're going to start with our story times outside, weather permitting. We have a very nice outdoor space, and I think Rob will address that a little later, but I also wanted to say we've invested in audio equipment so that our online programs are better. They have a good audio quality, and we've started investing also in video equipment, so that'll be a better experience. And I think those two things are why our numbers are going up in terms of programming. We continue our collaboration with Groton Public and Mystic and Noank libraries, working together to bring programs and services to the people of Groton. And I want to thank you very much for your support. And I'll hand it over to Rob Zuliani, our treasurer.
Mayor, Council, my name is Robert Zuliani. I am the treasurer on the Board of Trustees. Wendy is our library director. We also have in the room Janet Downs, our president, and Mary Jane Carley, who is our assistant director, also in the room.
She just got promoted.
Oh.
She's our children's librarian.
Oh, great. In your package on the second page, too, I just want to refer you to this little cartoon. It really justifies libraries today and what we do. It really hits the point. I just want to bring it to your attention. To plug the 3 libraries specifically, library patrons understand how important libraries are regarding what we offer. Each of our 3 libraries are personal little gems in the community. Each represent the quality of intelligence throughout the town. After the Board of Education, libraries serve as the second intellectual learning bodies of the community. People come to libraries to learn, gather information, and seek entertainment. Generally, library patrons mostly seek knowledge. As the best part of the library is it's all free to everybody. And I just want to thank you for supporting 3 libraries versus just 1. Regards to income, let me refer to this chart that the state of Connecticut prepared that Wendy refers to in regards to our attendance. This is an independent chart by the state put together in regards to our programming and what it's impacting our attendance in the library. We took a hit during the COVID, but we actually came back with a brilliant increase over time. If you look at the chart on the top right-hand side, you'll see that the Bill Memorial Library has done actually greater than medium, small-sized libraries in Connecticut. We've done better than medium-sized, states or towns in Connecticut, and we've done better than the median statewide libraries across the board in Connecticut. In essence, I'm trying to explain our programming is working. We've got people coming back in drones, and they're interested in what we do. Regards to income, the Groton's town grant to the Bill Memorial Library covers 11% of our annual operations. The major part of the fundraising comes from our bill portfolio and fundraising that we do during the course of the year. The bill uses 100% of our annual investment income plus market increase from our portfolio every year. We literally max out what we can draw, and we take no more. We cannot go into principal. The bill avoids using principal investment, protecting the loss of future income going forward. Regards to successful projects that we've done recently and how well we're doing funding these programs, we've actually done a major repair to the roof at a cost of $21,000. We've replaced leaking windows at a cost of $15,000. We've replaced an oil tank for $6,000. We've resurfaced all our floors in the library last year, and they look marvelous. They look wonderful for $10,000. And the big investment that really we got a benefit from the Groton Utilities grant, we spent $69,000 for an energy HVAC system, and that system alone has returned a reduction in our oil expenses from an average of $9,000 a year down to $3,000 a year. So from that grant, we have reduced our operating expenses by $6,000 alone in heating costs. We continue to seek additional grants, and going forward, I got to catch up on where I've actually advanced more than the page itself. And we're also increasing our grants every year. The problem with grants, though, are they're usually a one-time deal. We're in or out. They protect us. They've actually helped us with programming. We've actually been able to buy computers with them when we ever get the chance. But at the same time, they don't impact our operating expenses. Our operating expenses really don't help there. The key areas that are problems for coming 22-23 year, our state minimum wage escalation, that's increased our actual hourly rate by 8.7%. That's a pretty steep climb, and we have no choice but to meet those requirements. Inflationary costs, I mean, everybody across the board is impacting that. Personal, government, programming, services, books, computers, tech services, they're all going through the roof. The average I heard recently this past week, inflation is up to 9%. It can't be avoidable. Building and grounds complications, things we know we have to do that are separate from our operating costs. We're going to be doing at a cost of $6,000 this year. We're going to have a parapet roof repair of about a $1,500 cost there. A major impact we weren't expecting at all this year is we have deteriorating trees, and a lot of them in our backyard. And we run our summer programs underneath of these trees. We lost some branches recently this past year. We've had a tree expert come in and look at them, and they've pretty much condemned them all. We have to take them out. We have to do them soon. We're going to be doing them probably before the summer starts. That cost is going to be about $6,000. We're going to install a security lighting system outside for about $800. If any of the counselors know any skills in chainsaws and could help us with the trees, I would love to have you help us out. We are asking for your help, and we really do need your assistance going forward. If you have not been in the library recently, I invite you to please come to our webpage. We have some wonderful programs in there. It contains children's story time and sing-along videos by Mary Jane, our assistant, and she does a wonderful job. And to be honest, the videos are to die for. If you look at these things, you'll break your heart. The kids love them. A side note, if you're looking at some of the sing-along programs, you're going to notice a costume dancing dog in the background. I'm sworn to secrecy, but I can't tell you who it is. It's someone we all know. Mystic Nolank has cats. Well, the Bill Memorial Library, we've got a big white dog, Clancy. And if you know Clancy, the kids love Clancy. I thank you for your time. I would entertain any questions you may have. Please ask away.
Thank you. Council Bordelon?
Thank you. No, I think this is a pretty fair budget. You guys come in always, pretty good and great explanations and provide a lot of great services. And I definitely will be supporting the number that's asked. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further discussion, I'll call for a vote on cost center 10849A at $35,000. Council Bordelon?
Yes.
Council Baumgartner?
Aye.
Council Kasiri?
Yes.
Council Franco?
Yes.
Council Jones?
Yes.
Council McBride?
Yes.
Council Parker?
Yes.
Council Westervelt?
Aye.
And Melendez is a yes. That carries 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And please have some more cake.
All right, so let's circle back to 10845, service agencies. I'll make a motion for $105,452.
Second.
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Kasiri. And I believe we have a number of, this account, just to explain, this account has New London Homeless Hospitality Center, SCAD, Safe Futures, ARC of New London County, Connecticut Legal Services, UCFS, Behavioral Health Services, Always Home, Sexual Assault Crisis Center of Eastern Connecticut, Meals on Wheels, TVCCA, Children's First Groton, Thames River Heritage Park, and Southeastern Connecticut Cultural Coalition. So, I know we have a representative from Children First Groton.
And we have quite a few people on Zoom representing different agencies too.
And if there's anyone else from... Okay. If there's any other representatives here from one of these organizations in the building, they can come step up. Councilor Kasiri?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thank you. I'm just wondering why the large increase for the Homeless Hospitality Center, if there's anyone here to speak on behalf of that.
We should have, well, there was someone else.
I'm not sure if there's...
Is anybody representing Homeless Hospitality?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
They had left a message. They had to leave at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
If you would like me to read the message,
Sure.
it's on the chat. They apologize. I'm so sorry that I have a hard cutoff at 2 p.m.
Okay.
Thanks to everyone for the consideration of our budget request, which is based on an increase in our services this year and into the future. An attempt to have greater support from all our surrounding towns in recognition of our role as homeless shelter that serves the entire southeastern Connecticut. Thank you, New London Homeless Hospitality Center.
Thank you, Councilor Parker.
And just to mention, if you recall, they had came to us before because during COVID, they ran into you had to spread people out, so they had to get more hotel rooms, that sort of thing. But now with costs generally going up, they have a much higher budget. But I will mention we work with them extensively. They come regularly into Groton to meet with, like, at our homeless camp every week, pretty much, and they do good service. Matter of fact, Monday, I think I told the council we have a meeting to talk about issues. They're going to be there, of course, and so we work extensively with them.
Thank you. Councilor Kasiri?
Thank you.
Councilor Bordelon?
wanted to ask if I could just ask I just have a question first for the town manager before I take my turn. Could you just tell us what the requested amount was for 2021? For all of these?
I do not have that on me. I could probably pull it up on my, if you can come back to me, I'm sure I could pull it up on my iPad.
I'm sorry, I said 2021. I meant 2022 and 2021.
Council Baumgartner?
Yes. Thames River Heritage Park looks like a doubling in terms of a request from 10,000 to 20,000. If someone can speak to that.
I believe we have Catherine Foley from Thames River. Did you hear the question?
Yes, I am here. Thank you. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I had another commitment this morning. Yes, we are really grateful for all of the support that you have provided in the past and the ongoing. I know it was discussed earlier in the morning, the ongoing commitment of $10,000 that is provided by each of the 3 municipalities impacted by the Thames River Heritage Park. And continuing that in your budget is very much appreciated. The additional 10, the doubling, is really a request for ARPA funding. It is intended to provide some capital support and also some operational support for the first year of the 3rd boat, the Namiog, which is currently over at Crocker's house, Crocker Boatyard, being refurbished, and should be launched this spring, the Thames River, and as you know, will be up at the dock at the Submarine Force Library and Museum. We are asking the same of all 3 municipalities. The City of New London has already committed an additional $10,000 through their ARPA funding for this capital and support of that first year. We're asking the same of the City of Groton and the town of Groton. We are currently entering our 6th year. This past year, despite the pandemic, we did very well last summer. We hosted 60 harbor cruise tours, along with adding a celebrity happy hour once a week. We continue to operate the water taxi on the full schedule on Saturdays and Sundays, and so we had a really nice attendance. It was the one thing during the summer that people could do. We were very careful on the boats. We made sure we provided discounts for those who were vaccinated to really encourage that vaccination process. So throughout the summer, we operated with 50% of the revenue from those who were vaccinated. This year, we are continuing with our tours and adding them on. We will also be adding some tours up up near the Subforce Museum, and some harbor cruises up that end, more in the northern end of the water. This past January, we were really happy to receive a grant from the Eastern Regional Tourism Board. We pulled together the partners, both partners that our heritage sites, but also the events that go on the river. And we applied for a grant, and we're doing a Discover the Thames campaign. We've gotten 2 billboards down in the Fairfield County area to really promote that. The Thames River Heritage Park's brochures are going to be refocused a bit for this coming season on discovering the Thames and really promoting the activities on both sides of the river. Past month in March, we started a docent academy, in which this is also a brand new program. We got a grant through Connecticut Humanities, in which all of the participants, we had an overflow of participants. Unfortunately, we had to do a waiting list and have to put some up for next session, but we have 28 people who are participants in the program. They are going through a 10-week course that goes from 9 to 12 every Thursday. And during this program, they are visiting the heritage sites in the park. So we started with an overview at Fort Trumbull. The second week, we did colonial life on the Thames, and we visited the Hempstead houses, the Old Town Mill in New London, and the Shaw Mansion. The next week, we did the Revolutionary War on the Thames, and we visited Fort Griswold, Bill Memorial Library, Ebenezer Avery House, and so on. So each week, they are going, have different themes, and are going and visiting the various heritage sites throughout Groton and New London. At the end of the program, they are all committed to volunteering in those heritage sites. So not only hopefully will they be, they are enabled to recommend sites as they got out into the public, but they also will be volunteering as either a docent or at some level at one of the heritage sites as part of their commitment to the program. And we hope to continue to foster these collaborative programs that are all in line with what the Yale Urban Design Workshop recommended when the Heritage Park was formed. And so the funds we're asking for are really to help further that mission and help us reach up the northern end of the river into the town of Groton with that connection via the water. Like I said, we've started raising funds. We have a little over $50,000 raised. The cost of the operation of a boat is about $50,000 a year, and the cost of the refurbishment is about $55,000. So we're looking to each of the municipalities to help with some of those ARPA fundings to help both refurbish the boat and provide some stability for those operational costs in the first year.
And thank you for that, Ms. Foley, and for your work with the Thames River Heritage Park. Obviously, a tremendous amount of growth with the park we've seen in the last few years. A very unique partnership with some of our surrounding municipalities and the state. Quickly, two questions. Just reviewing the Schedule B. Obviously, a very sizable contribution for some time now from DOT, and I see both the city and the Eastern Regional Tourism District contribute. You had mentioned New London provided a contribution of $10,000 from their operating budget, and then another $10,000 from ARPA funds. Would that be included in the Schedule B? Because I don't see New London listed here.
I'm not sure, I honestly, I don't have the Schedule B in front of me.
And my follow-up question to that is, what is so three municipalities, City of Groton, Town of Groton, City of New London. What is the fourth municipality that contributes?
What is the what value?
The fourth municipality that contributes to the Heritage Park?
There's only three. There's only three.
Oh, I'm sorry. I figured as such. I thought you had mentioned there was four.
The Town of Groton, the City of Groton, and the City of New London.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. And then the other question I have is the $10,000 you requested from the City of New London, it came from the ARPA funds. We haven't yet decided how we're going to expend those ARPA funds. I certainly would agree that the Thames River Heritage Park, that request, especially since you made it to the other communities as well, that $10,000 of those funds ought to be spent on it. However, the request you have made is for $20,000, not the $10,000. And so if you wanted to break it up, that $10,000 request, it would have to go through our ARPA process, which we haven't started yet. So is that your intention?
Well, yes, and I apologize. I'm relatively new, for those of you who don't know. So when I set this application in, my intention was to ask for the $10,000 that is part of the history of both of the organization and the commitment from the town of Groton, and then also to apply for $10,000 in ARPA funding to help support the capital campaign and that to help support that third boat.
Excellent. Well, I think given that information, I personally would support that expenditure on behalf of the town or that appropriation from ARPA funds. We do have a bucket titled Arts and Culture, and this absolutely would, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but I would certainly adhere to that, to those guidelines that we've set. So with that, I'll move a number for 10,000. So that would be, excuse me.
Second?
No, I'm not quite done yet. That's okay. I'll move the number of 95,452, which would represent a 10,000 reduction for Thames River Heritage Park.
Second? Are we moving them line by line, or are we doing all at?
No. You have to move the whole number.
I'd like to move a third number.
Okay, so I have a motion of 95,452 by Councilor Baumgartner, seconded by Councilor Bordelon. Councilor Kassiri.
Thank you. I'd like to move $90,450, or $52, I'm sorry.
90,452.
Yep.
What was the previous number?
95,000.
That is giving $10,000 to Thames River Heritage Park and $10,000 to the New London Homeless Hospitality Center. Still an increase.
Okay. Westerville? Okay.
I'm sorry, I should have waited. Still an increase to Homeless Hospitality Center, but a gradual increase.
Okay. So we have a second.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, who was the second on Councilor Kassiri's motion?
Westerville. Councilor Westerville.
Thank you.
So we have a second amended number, $90,452, Councilor Kassiri, and second by Councilor Westerville. And I missed your justification of your number.
It was $10,000 for Thames River Heritage Park, $10,000 for Homeless Hospitality Center, and it's just a gradual increase for the hospitality center rather than giving them the double right off the bat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Bordelon?
I just wanted to check back in to see if John had those numbers from previous year.
Did you want each agency's number?
Please, yeah.
Okay. For 21, do you want both the requested and then what the final number was? Oops, sorry.
I was looking for the, you can do that.
You want both requested?
Yep.
Okay. Homeless Hospitality requested $72.50. They received $71.25. And this is just 21 I'm talking about here. SCAD requested $5,000. Received $37.05. Safe Futures requested $9,600. Received $9,500. Connecticut Legal Services, Arc of New London requested $2,000 and received $1,000. Connecticut Legal Services requested $72.60 and received that. UCFS Behavioral Health Services requested $4,000, received $1,000. Always Home requested $47.50 and received that. Sexual Assault Crisis Center of Eastern Connecticut requested $1,100 and they received $2,000. Meals on Wheels TVCCA requested $24,634 and received $23,660. Children First Groton requested $3,000, received $2,500. Eastern Connecticut Symphony, the request was for $5,000 and it was not funded. And then the final one on 21 is Thames River Heritage Park, $10,000, $10,000.
And this is for 21.
That was 21. And then do you want to hear the request for 22?
Yeah.
Okay. Homeless Hospitality requested $71.25. SCAD requested $4,000. Safe Futures requested $9,600. The Arc of New London County requested $1,500. Connecticut Legal Services requested $72.60. UCFS Behavioral Health Services requested $4,000. Always Home requested $47.50. Sexual Assault Crisis Center requested $2,000. Meals on Wheels requested $29,586. Children First Groton requested $5,000. Thames River Heritage Park requested $10,000, and the final one, Southeastern Connecticut Cultural Coalition requested $1,000.
Thank you for that. I guess what I'm trying to say or look at here, and from many years of kind of going over this, not every year are they funded at the requested. It's cut sometimes, and we have to like pull these numbers. This is one of the parts that are very near and dear to my heart. We're looking at, $105,000 total for, if I quickly glance, about 10 agencies that directly impact the wealth and well-being of all of our communities. Without these agencies, we would not really have a community. Largely impacted by the fact that we do not have a homeless shelter in our town, and a lot of these services are needed. So I just wanted to take a glance at that, because what's here, when you look at some of these that were cut back down, the 4,000 that came up but originally was requested in 21 at 56, like they really haven't gone up. I also wanted to point that out because coming off post-pandemic, we've realized that homelessness, access to child care for our children, costs are hard for folks. Mental health has gone up. Always home, people are having food and home insecurities. The Heritage Park is a separate entity under that. I mean, that's a luxury kind of recreational item, which I do support. But looking at all of this, these agencies now, more than ever, as we spoke about, ambulance increases and stuff, these agencies are seeing the direct impact of COVID, the direct impact of homelessness and the result of losing jobs. So I have trouble cutting any of these. In fact, I feel a little overwhelmed by looking at the past numbers that in some facts they kind of never really moved. And that kind of hurts, because now we're in the worst year that we should speak of this, as people talked about PPE gear, and we gave a 200% increase under another line item because of the need of COVID. This is definitely what we're seeing. I definitely can't support the 90,000. I could support moving the Thames Valley River number, and again, we're putting on a number, and then who determines where these monies are going to go?
Whatever the council consensus is what the change we make.
And then my last question would be, how do you want to handle that process today, since it's not a line by line, we only get to talk a few times? If we move one number, when will we come back after we're done with the number and then talk about where we vote each line and agree where the money's going to go, or how are we going to do that?
The motion that was made specified where they were making the cuts.
So that's how we're handling. That's what I was asking.
So the 90,452 would reduce homeless hospitality by $5,000 and Thames by $10,000, if that was the vote that was taken, and all the others would remain as in the town manager column.
Perfect. Thanks for explaining that so I can just understand.
You're welcome.
How many motions do we have on the floor?
3.
All right, so I have to wait. I just encourage counselors to really look at the homeless hospitality line, look at the fact that they requested money in the past, look at all the different lines, and really think about the need in the community, and move these numbers accordingly to make sure they're hitting the hardest hit people in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Franco?
Thank you.
And just a reminder, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's important to understand that if you vote one of these through, that's it for the block. So just want to make that very clear. Sorry to interrupt you.
So I think it's been very clearly stated that the Thames River Heritage Park mistakenly asked for the increase to the 20, and they only really actually wanted 10 in our budget because they're going somewhere to the ARPA for the additional 10. I understand the Homeless Hospitality Center, the increase that they're requesting, but is there somebody here there's nobody here from the Hospitality Center?
That was the message that was read earlier.
That was the message, okay. So I'm comfortable with the 90,000, and I will say that this whole block is usually very emotionally charged. And historically, as a council, I recall us sitting on this block for hours on end, literally fighting over $1,000 for 2 hours on which account it should go into. So, point of order?
What's your point of order?
Councilor is speaking while I'm speaking.
I ask councilors only speak when they have the floor.
This is the third time. that the same counselor has interrupted me while I have the floor. Excuse me?
Councilor Franco, you have the floor.
So I understand be able to support the 90,452, and otherwise I think that we could sit here all day, and honestly, who doesn't want to fund most everything, like fully fund and probably even give more to what's on this list, but we're in a budget, and although we want to give more, majority of these people, this is all they asked for. They're not asking for an increase this year. So I have problems just simply giving more because of a feel-good, like you feel good and you want to give more. They're not actually asking for more. And we're basically saying yes to everybody except for one, and it's a slight increase and not a full increase that they're asking for. Thank you.
Councilor Kasiri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Franco basically just said what I was going to say. This is still a $2,875 increase from the Homeless Hospitality Center's budget from last year. So I just want to clarify to the public that this is not a cut. Thank you.
Councilor Baumgartner.
Yes. Question for the town manager. It's a marathon for you today. No sweat. Thank you. Question for the town manager. Obviously, thank you, Ben. The town manager, there was a request, and then you kind of put your seal of approval. It becomes your budget, more or less. Can you speak to why, in your eye, the $15,000 was that the Homeless Hospitality Center was warranted?
Sure, and I tried to, as you'll see, I actually recommended it. Typically, we fund pretty much, even if I cut it, it goes back up anyways. So I put it at funding them anyways. However, like I said, I work extensively with the Homeless Hospitality Center. They're constantly in check with us about what's going on and helping our citizens, and they've had natural increases, but I can't say what increases they've had without the person here. But I just say they do a good job.
And I know it's a little bit tough because the Homeless Hospitality Center is not here to answer any questions, but there have been some outside agencies that have talked about a formula they use to decide how much a town will contribute. Do you know if there's any such formula that exists for the Homeless Hospitality Center to determine how much the town contributes?
I can't say for certain. I don't want to speak wrong.
One thing I would encourage both the mayor and the town manager, maybe in future COGS, to bring that up amongst some of the municipal CEOs that way, because obviously homelessness is not confined to just one community. Yes, New London is the home of the center, but their population they serve comes from every surrounding municipality. No matter how much that truth is concealed, you can't hide homelessness. And they obviously do a lot for our community, as you mentioned, Manager Burt. But I certainly understand where Councilor Kasiri is coming from. However, I do struggle reducing this request because of obviously their very high needs population at this time during the pandemic, which Councilor Bordelon alluded to a little bit. Additionally, I would, similar to the Thames River Heritage Park's request for ARPA funds, I would encourage really any outside agency to submit an application for various capital projects or other initiatives they're running to when we really kick off that process. The Heritage Park has done great work and certainly think they're more than worthy of receiving those funds through the ARPA stream, and hope that others continue doing so as well. Thank you.
Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. So the motion on the floor, which is the original motion of the 105,000, that one can't be taken off, even though the 20,000 is still in there? Because
There's 3 motions right now.
yeah. Because ideally for me, I think, if we're taking that 10,000 out of there, which Councilor Baumgartner did at the 95, which I could support, that other $10,000, or at least 5 of it, I would love to see to bring up some of these other agencies that have stayed flat for all these years, and we're post-pandemic where, we're identifying that there's more problems. But unfortunately, I cannot put that motion on now, but I would just, take a strong look at these and see where, some have even gone back. I mean, in 2021, SCAD, which handles drug addiction, 5,600 they requested, they went down to 3,700 and change, and then they've only flatlined at 4,000. I would love that extra 10,000 as stated that might come from ARPA now for the boat to maybe put a few thousand over there to addiction, along with Safe Futures. Their number kind of moved around. SCAD moved and a few of the other ones. So, but it is, and I agree. We have spent a lot of time on this. It's funny because we'll spend less time on bigger dollar items, but the ones that directly impact the people the most, it is important, and it's a low dollar amount. So, thank you.
Okay, I'm seeing no other discussion. So I'll call for a vote on the second amended number, which is 90,452. Counselor Bordelon?
No.
Counselor Baumgartner?
No.
Counselor Kasiri?
Yes.
Counselor Franco?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor McBride?
Yes.
Counselor Parker?
Yes.
Counselor Westervelt?
Yes.
And Melendez is no, so that carries 6 in favor, 3 opposed, Melendez, Bordelon, Baumgartner.
I'd like to propose another motion.
It carries.
Oh, it cast off.
Okay, so that's the end of our outside agencies. Thank you, everybody, for showing up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we take a small break?
Yes. We'll do 5 minutes. We'll be back at 3:20. We are back from recess at 3:24. And we are on to capital debt services. 1076 can be found on page 199. I'll make a motion for $11,087,706.
Second.
All right. Good afternoon.
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Kasiri. Director Landry.
As you know, the debt service reflects an increase this year, and that is for the debt that we sold for the school bonds last year. And we will have another bond sale. Hopefully, we'll have our last bond sale next week. So the total education is the $8.7 million, and total general government is the $2.3 million, which accounts for the $11.08 million in debt service. So if you have any questions, I'll try to answer them for you.
Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Lane, just so I know, we have basically two pots of debt. We have city debt at $13.6 million and school debt at $66 million.
Are you looking at the outstanding debt? Can you tell me what page you're on?
Outstanding debt, 199 and 200.
Yes, we break it out into two line items in the budget, general government and education debt. So those two pages that you are referring to, yes, 199 is just the GO, and then the page 200 is all of the education debt.
And the GO debt was basically, it looks like it was just roads or something.
Right, it was the road maintenance, and actually I see that we just call that, when it was refunded, we don't typically put what it was, but let me just look here. Original issue, $6 million. Let me just see if I have that broken down. And I believe the bulk of that is for the road projects. We have not, until we had the school project, we had, the road paving was our most recent bonding, and then after that was the schools.
So we have basically a total of about $80 million in debt.
Outstanding.
Outstanding. And where would our limit be? Where would we, how high could we go if we were
the debt limit, if you go to page 203, it gives you the current debt limit, which is always reported as of the end of the fiscal year. And if you recall, when we did the debt impact for the most recent bonds, it gives you the excess of our state limit, which is the bottom line of $20 million. This is a formula set by state statute. It's based on general purpose school, what you have outstanding, and it's a percentage not a percentage basis, it's a 2.5 times the base. So that's a calculation at the time that tells you the bottom line is $729 million we could issue in debt. And then it shows that our total is $150 million.
So ours is $150,834,000. That's
yes, and that does include the City of Groton debts or any of the districts that have debt. That's called coterminous debt, and we have to include that on our debt limit. And that's where it would say under the authorized, the underlying debt. That reflects others. So what primarily the city.
What would the city debt? What do they have?
I don't have that breakdown with me. I can get that for you.
Okay, but we currently from the town side, we have about $80 million in debt, but we could go up to $150 million?
Yes. If you see the line on
with our numbers.
Right. The they're not numbered here. I'm saying right under less indebtedness, it has the $89 million, which is the total debt. And then we have $38 million of notes outstanding, and that's for the school project, and those will be paid off. We will be paying off that note issue and reissuing new notes next week, and we anticipate that the notes that we'll be issuing will be paid off by the retainage that the state owes us in the state grants. And then the clean water funds is a loan that several years ago we received that for the treatment plant, for some increases that were made to the repairs and maintenance to the treatment plant.
Okay.
We also have to include any authorized and unissued. That's because if we have an authorization for debt, we could issue up to that limit, so we have to
So you have to
include that.
include it?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the underlying debt does represent primarily the city, but if any of the other fire districts have some debt, we have to include that on here.
So,
And then, I'm sorry, I'm probably.
No, go ahead.
And then the 10 million is what we're expecting to get back from the state.
so outstanding then from this really is this 89 million that we have.
That's actual bonded debt that
That's
we
actual
currently,
bonded debt,
yes, we owe principal and interest payments on those over the next 20 years, say, so to speak.
And the 18 or 19 million is just sort of like a bank that we work off of.
Yeah,
You just have
authorized
to put it on
unissued,
the
right,
books.
right.
Okay.
And that would be, if we were to have authorizations for a project that hasn't lapsed, technically, you could issue for that, so we have to, anything that's authorized but not issued, we have to include as part of that 18 million.
Okay. So is that the amount that we sort of have to float around with? We could? I mean, if we had to in the future somewhere, we could.
Depends on what the project is. I'm sorry, I don't have the breakdown of the authorized unissued.
But, I mean, roughly, that's
Yeah,
what
it's
we have.
out there. If we had a project that was not completed, we would not bond for a completed project.
Okay. And our percentage of the state limit is, we've set 20?
Yes.
That's our.
Right, we have, if you look at the line that says excess, the state says you can have up to 729. Our excess is 578, so we're only at 20% of the states.
Of the state?
Yeah.
Okay. And that didn't, I don't remember reading somewhere that we set a limit, like the council set a limit?
Right, that's the debt policy.
The debt policy?
Which I thought was right here it's in with the debt. It should be here. No, I think it's in the front of it's in the front of your book. The debt policy identifies the council's decisions on the limits for the debt. 19? Page 19.
Page 19.
And while that's not part of the debt limit, when we come to the council and give the debt impact of pending bonds, those are usually provided in the schedule that our that our financial advisor prepares.
Okay.
And that would be on page 21.
Or 22, it looks like 20% is what you've set.
Right. Well, it's section F that says uses the following guidelines not to exceed 50% of the statutory limit. And then it says debt service shall not exceed 10% of the general fund expenditures. And there is I think it's in the 501. There is a table. I apologize for not having that table.
The one on 204, maybe?
Possibly, that gives those percentages.
Calculation of debt payments, capital and contingency reserves.
Yes.
Okay.
I just didn't go, yes. That's what is based on the, those percentages that are in the debt policy.
Okay. Debt payments, contribution. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Baumgartner?
Yes. Question. So, I'm looking for the page. I'm sorry, I just had it. The funding that comes from. Okay, so what would be funding this cost center?
Pardon me?
What funds this cost center? So.
This is a general fund cost center. It all comes from the general fund.
And then, is there any fund balance applied, or?
Well, I think the town manager has included a proposed $4 million. Part of that is.
For the larger budget.
Yes, not just for this, but some of that you could say would be used to offset an increase for debt service, because we did have the debt service issued for the schools is an increase to the mill rate if we did not have the grand list had it increased by the 24%. We would be looking at an increase just for debt service.
And is there a page I could find that?
I think you put that table in your budget message, I believe, right? Bear with me.
Please.
Pardon me?
Which piece of information?
He's looking for the mill
11.
rate for, is on page 11.
Well, let's see.
The change at the, in, what the debt service was. Well, the capital and debt is on page 7, which was a 1.22, but I thought there was another table in, let me see.
11?
Yes, there's a table on page 11, and you had, the town manager's budget message says the mill rate for the town would be approximately 1.86 lower if we did not have the Groton 2020 bond projects.
Well, I was just curious more so about how we would fund that kind of the cost center, because sometimes it comes up, we're tapping into fund balance to pay for debt service, and so just if there's a little bit more clarity on what
Our general, and since it's general fund, it's just general fund balance. So, whereas the sewer, they actually have a separate fund with a fund balance. So that's why, so then you're tapping into some of that.
So we think there would a part of taxes would go to offset debt service.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Excuse me.
Councilor McBride.
Hi, thank you. Director Landry, I just had a question. I think I'm missing something, so I was hoping to get some clarification. On page 201, on the fiscal 23 request for general government, I see 2361185, but then on page 199, the total is 2358685, and the same for education. I see 201 8726521, but on 200. On fiscal 23, I see 8547578, which is a difference of like 181,000. Is there something I'm missing and not reconciling?
If you look on page 202, you'll see there's an additional $2,500 over and above straight principal and interest payments, and that is for a cost we have for if we were to have some additional work that had to be done by our financial advisor, or for filing disclosure for filing on Emma. I think our continuing disclosure we have to file on Emma, and they handle that for us.
Okay.
That's the $2,500. And then the difference on the education side is now that the schools are in service, the interest due on the notes that are coming due this month can no longer be capitalized by the project. We have to cover that in the general fund. So that's not considered long-term debt, but it is part of the education's debt service. It's about $178,000.
Okay, so that's in addition to the support schedule on 200. Okay, thank you for that. And then one last question. I think I'm going to kind of touch upon what Bruce was asking. On page 203, the general purpose excess state limit over outstanding debt is 7.7, or calculated 7.66%. And my question is more a bigger question of how much additional debt could we take on? 2% more would be 4.6 million, which would still be under the 10 million cap. And the reason I'm asking that is because I see next year in graduating years, our debt level's going down. And the reason I'm asking is because I'm concerned about our capital requests, which we'll discuss later in the week, because I think, in my personal opinion, we need to reduce the mill rate by 1 point, which is approximately that 4.5 million. And I would like to do it by reducing capital requests, but if we were not able to, could we issue debt for 4.5 million to pick up and not pay all that capital, pay for all those capital requests in 1 year's budget versus bonding? Because it seems like there is some flexibility. Is that safe to assume?
Well, part of the problem is we really need to spend close to that much every year ongoing. That's where we have to get to in the next couple of years. Now, we did include the 2.6 million out of fund balance for kind of the catch-up amount. I would not suggest doing anything, beyond the 2.6. If we're going to do anything, I'd say you'd probably look at ARPA dollars for, if you anything beyond like 5 million or so to reduce the.
I'd also like to add, in the town of Groton, we can't issue debt without going to referendum for the voters. They have to authorize it. So if we wanted to issue $4.5 million in long-term bonds to cover capital projects, it would have to go to the voters and be approved.
Yeah, no, thank you, I understand that. I guess it's just a holistic question on, hitting the taxpayers with these capital requests in 1 year versus bonding. So my question was really, do we have available bonding, which it sounds like Town Manager Burt said there's a little room, but not much room. That's correct?
Yeah, we've had many discussions over the last few years that we're just not funding our CIPs because they're the easy cut. It's the thing we can very easily cut, but now we're seeing a lot of our facilities degrading. So we're at the point of either we spend regularly ongoing, at least $5 million or so a year, or else we need to start thinking about what aren't we going to maintain anymore. But we are doing a little catch-up. We severely cut it the last couple of years because of COVID, what we've been spending. And so that's why I recommended $2.6 million out of fund balance to help, because it's more of a catch-up. It's not something that necessarily would be ongoing debt,
But just so we're clear.
Thank you. Yes.
Oh, just so we're clear, we do not have a current authorization available that we could bond now for capital projects.
Understood. I completely understand that. Okay, thank you for the explanation.
You're welcome.
Councilor Franco?
Thank you. At the bottom of page 203, it does state what the council's policy provides for the, and it has 1 and 2. And section 2 is the total debt service shall not exceed 10% of the total general fund expenditures. So although this year, let's just say with what we have anticipated to spend, this account, we cannot spend more than the $14.8 million. And we're currently at about $11 million. Is that correct?
Now, where's the $14 million?
Well, that's what our anticipated, if we passed everything, our budget.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The grand
Yes,
total of this year's budget.
And that's one on page 204 where it gives you the total outstanding debt payments are $11 million, and the total general fund budget is 48. Yes, that's where you're coming with the 14 million.
So, although I understand some people would like to maybe ease the burden for 1 year, I'm also not very comfortable at all maxing out our debt services either to the point where we're maxed. We also have, if maybe it would be wise to send it out to this council, you may have already done it recently, send out the actuary's presentation that he did for us as a council, showing the future debt and where we stand and how much, we're planning on being in the future. And it seems like the next couple of years are going to be, our debt services are going to be pretty high. So and this is an account that basically, if we change the number at all, means we're not going to pay our bills. Correct?
Right, yeah, we can't change the actual number today. Yeah.
Right, I just want to clarify with you that if, and also in the future, if we have, if there's even talk of potentially like bonding some CIPs, there's also some things in the future that we may have some big projects in our community of doing sports fields or town greens and maybe taking down some buildings and such.
Right,
that,
whereas these are just kind of ongoing, regular things
right.
we're doing.
So there might be a plan in the future for other things in our community that we may need, that we may want to bond for in the future that we could long-term plan for. So thank you very much for your information.
You're welcome.
Councilor Bordelon?
Thanks for the explanation. Sometimes I think some of the CIPs, looking at the capital improvement projects, if they relate to a particular budget item, it would be, for me, it would be nice to kind of vote on those when they're together, because I find, look at this number, and you said a lot of them get cut, and we're looking at all these different things. I find everyone's funded, and we get to those, and it's like slice, slice, slice. So I don't know. I don't know if it's a structure issue or the way that we lump them together. Huh?
We can look at that.
Because it would save the staff time to have to come back for the CIP. If there is a CIP item that relates to the budget item, it kind of, you know what I mean, kind of helps to talk about them in real time, because you have the people here, and as we're moving those numbers, but I also think at the end we have to review them, and some of these don't. But with that, where are we going? I guess looking at these numbers, looking at the numbers that were thrown out here, looking at the debt, Cindy, look like predictions for next year. I mean, based on how this all, I mean, looking at the CIP approved, you know,
Well,
the
and
request-
this isn't really the CIPs, we're just talking about the school bond debt.
Yeah, I mean, the school bond debt.
The one thing I would caution, just to say something about the CIPs, is if you don't put them all together, see them as a block, you'd be tempted, some people would be tempted to earlier, like you start running out of things to cut towards the end, some departments are at the end, so then they take the brunt of it, so it's hard to get away from that one way or another.
So looking at the school bonding and stuff, you know, and looking at what we have left, you know, you said where we are, what we can be at. I mean, do you think we're sitting in a good position overall right now?
I think that when the school project came up, there was some concern about us bumping up against that 10%. And you'll see on the debt limit, our principal and interest payments, or our debt services, at about 7.5%. Now, the budget has increased. Back a couple of years ago when we looked at it and the budget was lower, we had COVID, we had some other issues. We were getting dangerously close to that 10%. We do have a little bit of breathing room now, but I would anticipate, we all know what's happening right now in the market. The rates are going up again. We're not really sure what our bonds are going to come in at next week, but we probably are looking at around between $1.5 and $2 million additional debt service on this issue that's coming up. So depending on if the budget goes up again in '24, then that 10% is a little bit higher. So if we went from 11 million to 13 million, but we are bumping up close to that 10% limit.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Baumgartner?
I know we'll be voting on the capital reserve fund revenues in a future meeting, but how does that cost center compare to this debt service? Trying to get a better understanding of kind of our process.
Okay, well, the capital reserve fund is all funded for the most part either from the general fund or from the sewer operating fund, who puts its own CIPs in there. I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought. You were saying, the financing plan. So the financing plan for the capital reserve fund is totally from those two funds. We get very little. We do get some interest income. We have some very old water assessments that may come in. We do get a little bit of money from the town clerk, which is based on a state statute of money that she collects and goes into that fund, but that's primarily funded by the general fund.
So say if we were to have for this budget that we end up adopting a surplus of, say, $2 million, greater revenues than we're anticipating, where would those funds go?
Back into the general fund.
Back into the general fund, okay.
And then that would be the next cycle. Next year, you would see at the end of the year, what year are we in? 22. When we do net of operations, we'll see how ultimately revenues come in. We are, based on current revenue estimates, expecting to have a surplus. Again, those are estimates. We'll wait and make sure until June, until the money actually comes in, and that would go into the fund balance. And it would partially replenish if we use the $4 million that the town manager has proposed. Say we came in at $2 million to the good, we would be adding that $2 million back to the general fund.
So any funds not expended would create a positive fund balance.
Absolutely.
That you could then apply to, say, the debt service.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Jones?
Just two questions. One is, so what are how many bonds are we putting on the market next week?
You know, I just thought you were going to ask me that, and that number just fell out of my head, and I think my deputy's no longer on. I'm thinking it's maybe between 15 and 18 million. Historically we've been doing 20 millions, and I'm sorry I did not bring that with me, but I think it's between 15 and 18, and I think it's about 13 million in notes.
Okay, and maybe this is a question for Town Manager Burt. You've talked about we've been getting better revenues than we anticipated. What do you attribute that to?
Really dual purpose, people have done great on their expenses for one thing.
Yep.
But especially we especially did well during COVID for a variety of grants and other things, state increasing money to help deal with COVID, everything else. It's, we've done so well locally here, and then we get those grants on top of it. It's really helped out. But expenditures have been great too.
Right. I would say on the revenue side, we did see, we are anticipating, we've seen so far conveyance tax is from the sale of all of the houses. We are expecting, based on the governor's budget, some additional pilot funding, which is for tax exempt and state owned. They changed the formula to create that tiered system. We're expecting a little bit more money for that. There's something called the Municipal Project Grant. Per the governor's budget, we're expecting a little bit more money for that. The Board of Ed is anticipating some additional pupil impact funds that are for the military dependents over budget. They're thinking they might get a little retro from a prior year. So it's a combination of things.
A whole bunch of stuff. So.
Yep.
Okay.
No one single revenue.
All right. Seeing no other discussion, I'll call for a vote on account 1076 in the amount of $11,087,706. Councilor Bordelon?
Aye.
Councilor Baumgartner?
Yes.
Councilor Kassiri?
Yes.
Councilor Franco?
Yes.
Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor McBride?
Yes.
Councilor Parker?
Yes.
Councilor Westervelt?
Aye.
And Melendez is yes. That carries 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining.
Thank you.
Thank you. On to our last account of the day, 1094, can be found on page 205. I'll make a motion for $350,000.
Second, Jones?
By Melendez, seconded by Jones.
I'm
Manager Burt?
going to start in 206 and then pop back to 205. And just so people know, when you see adjusted 341,000, what happens is it actually started at 350, but we took 9,000 out. So this one just keeps going. Like if you would have made a transfer for 200,000, it would show 250,000 on there. So just so you know, and a lot of the transfers or use of contingency often happen at the end of the year as part of the fourth quarter transfers. So you don't always really know what you're going to see on that until the end of the year. But popping back to 205, you see some history on where we've been doing really well the last couple of years. You'll see prior to that, though, there'd be years like one year was in 18, 785,000 in contingency, 414 before that. So it's kind of 550 before that. So it's all over the place. It's the unexpected, and not the part of the point of having it out of contingency is so that you collect the taxes for it, and then rather than draining fund balance if something comes up, trying to average out. But we have done really well in the last couple of years. And I'm not expecting a huge amount for this year either for fourth quarter.
Councilor Jones?
Thank you. Just so I understand this right, so you keep it at a balance of 350?
Well, that's what we're looking at starting, and then you spend it down for things like that 9,000 we did. The legal overage we talked about earlier, that would come out of fourth quarter transfer, which will come out of this. There's some other overages that'll come out.
So I guess just to understand it, so are we actually putting 350 into an account that already has 341?
Oh, no, it goes away at the end of the year. It resets.
It resets?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or it just goes back to whatever you don't spend just goes into the fund balance.
Goes into the general fund,
Yep.
you just start with the pile every year?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So
No,
it's always
no.
350? Okay.
Well, not always. I mean, it's been other things other years, but lately it's been 350.
350.
You'll see like in 19 it was 450.
Okay. So you just kind of look out into the future of things you think are going to happen. It's
One
like a
thing
little
that can have a big effect is if you have a really heavy winter, that can have a huge impact on the budget. So that's one of we haven't had that in the last few years though. So.
Okay. So it's like a little savings account up on the side.
Right. For the things you can't necessarily exactly plan on.
All right. Okay.
All right. Seeing no other discussion, I'll call for a vote on account 1094 in the amount of $350,000. Counselor Bordelon? Counselor Baumgartner?
Yes.
Counselor Kassiri?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor McBride?
Yes.
Counselor Parker?
Yes.
Counselor Westervelt?
Aye.
And Melendez is a yes. That carries 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. And we are recessed at 3:54.